Okay, for our presentation, we'll be talking about sorghum. Sorghum is popularly planted in some major parts of Nigeria, the northern part and some little parts in the south, including the present state that we have, Ibadan, Oyo State. And we have some other part of Oyo State like Shaki, say, who are into planting of sorghum because it is actually a very useful cereal, a very, very useful one, which can be used for popularly pap known as Ugi Baba, and it also can be used to feed our livestock, such as our cattle, our sheep, our goats also. And for people compounding food for poultry, can also make use of the shafts. So we'll be talking about the plants, the adaptation, the vegetation for planting sorghum. Sorghum is easy to plant because it does not really require much effort when planting. The temperature needed for planting sorghum is 27 to 30 centigrade. So that means this part of Nigeria, we can plant it because our vegetation is favorable for it. For water, that's rainfall. Rainfall is required for planting sorghum is 1,200 to 8,200 mm. The soil require loamy soil, sandy loamy soil. That means a sandy soil that has a little loamy soil in it. A clay loamy soil can also do well for our planting of sorghum. And the soil pH is from 5.5 to 7 pH. So that means it's not really selective when it comes to soil. And let's not forget that our breweries also make use of this sorghum. So we can see how important it is. So so for planting of sorghum, we need to prepare our land. That's our land preparation. Nevertheless, don't let us forget that for our land preparation, we need to clear the land. We need to clear our land. We need to clear the bush, the debris from the land. And we need to plow our land. And the reason for plowing our land is to make the soil softer, and then is to make the soil softer for root penetration. So for plowing, it does not require much plowing. The plowing should be around 20 to 30 centimeters deep. That means it's not that deep. So then we need to harrow the soil for it to break down the soil, the clumpy ones. And making of ridges, we can make our normal ridges or flat ridges, because it's not like all tuber crops that needs a bigger ridges because of the products, the yield, because it's actually a shops, so it does not really need a very big ridges. So, and we did some rough estimates, but I'm not sure if it does not come out that way. For plowing, for an acre, the rough estimate we did in our group is for an acre for 40,000 to 60,000. Between that range, you should be able to plow an acre. And for labor, if we are not using a machine for it, between 20 to 40,000, you should be able to do that. So as we can see, much money is not really required. It's not like you're not going to spend, but it's not going to really, you don't have to really break a bank to plant sorghum. So for this, you can have it in mind to go into it if you really want. And for planting, you can plant from mid of July to September. So for dry season, you would need a proper irrigation. For dry season, from December to January, you have to have a good irrigation. Nevertheless, sorghum does not require much water, but as we know that our plants need water to do well. So for spacing, 20 centimeter for spacing. For depth of seed, 3 to 5 centimeters is enough because the seed of sorghum is very light. So, but we need to still do our planting for 3 centimeter to 5 centimeter. We cannot do broadcasting because birds, rodents and all that can just pick the seed and eat them off. So that's for that. Then when planting in a hole, you can plant 4 to 5 seeds in your hole. Then if thinning is needed, you can do that. Is after 3 weeks of planting. If it's needed, you can do. But sorghum does not really require you doing that. But if you see that your plant is overcrowded, you need to till well. Okay. Maximum heat for our group, we actually did a rough estimate. Your acre might give you more. Well, with our rough estimate, we did 1,500 per acre yield per acre. So yours might be more or might be lesser, but this is a rough estimate. That being said, it's not accurate. So for fertilizer, so if you have a fertile land and you can use your manure to fertilize the land, this is better because sorghum does not really require more fertilizer to use because if your land is good, it will do well. But if you have been using the land, it's not a fertilizer, it's not a virgin land, you've been using the land for several planting, it is advisable that you if you cannot get your organic fertilizer, you can make use of your inorganic fertilizer. You can make use of your NPK 15-15, NPK 20-10-10, and so because it actually needs up to 50% of your nitrogen and let's say 25% of the phosphorus. For potassium, same well, 25% of potassium. And weeding should be after 3 to 5 weeks, depending when you visit your farm and you see it is needed, you should weed your farm. And why should you weed your farm? Because we know our weeds are a competitor to our plants, so we don't want them to share the nutrients from the soil. We don't want anything to compete with our plants, so you need to weed regularly. And as I have said, if you are planting during dry season, which I said maybe December to January, we all know that this time around rainfall is really, really low, or we don't even have rainfall at all. So irrigation, you have to go for proper irrigation. You can go for your spring irrigation, you can go for your okay, you can go for your drip irrigation, which I feel is actually best for sorghum. I have said earlier, sorghum does not really need much water, but nevertheless, it needs water. All plants need water to grow. So you can make use of a flood irrigation, but you have to know how to manage it. That being said, I have said, sorghum does not really need, it does not need water, it does not need a soggy or a waterlogged soil to grow well. So if you know how to use your flood irrigation, maybe from your river or stream, you know how to control it, you know how to use it, you can make use of it. So flowering in sorghum occur in 70 to 85 days of planting. So when you see your flower coming out, that's a sign that your sorghum is doing well, because there's for we that we are farmer, we know that when we see our plants bringing out flower, there's this joy that gives to us that we are closer to harvesting. I'm not saying we are harvesting, but we are closer. That gives us joy that our plant is actually growing well. So for us to get our cereal well ready, it should be around, let's say, 85 to 100 days. For maturity for our sorghum is from 100 days to 120 days. Then at that time we should be ready for harvesting. So for harvesting, to be truthful, harvesting is the difficult part of sorghum. Other parts are not really that tedious, as I have said, compared to other plants. Let's say compared to other cereal like our maize, other plants other cereals we could think of. Sorghum does not really give us much stress. Not like we're not going to stress ourselves, but the stress is not voluminous like other plants. So when you harvest the grain, you go through a lot of things to get the seed. You have to cut it with either a sharpener or a sickle. Then you dry after cutting for 3 to 5 days. Then if you have a thresher, you take it. But if you don't have, you have to use using the manual one require you to take a sack, you pour in your dry seed, sorghum seed there, then you have to do the beating, maybe with your rod or whatsoever you can use, you beat out for your seed. So when you beat out for your seed, you can still dry your seed. You have to dry your seed to allow, to reduce the moist in it. So after reducing the mass, the moist in it, you can bag up. You can bag up in your pudding, you can bag up or you sell out, and that is that. You do it before all this process. We will not forget about the pests and diseases that might be a barrier for us. So For pests, we have the armyworm that might eat up the leafy parts of the sorghum plants, and we have the stem borer. Yeah, the stem borer might dig a hole into the stem by eating the succulent part of the stem. And we have the bed too, the rodents, the beard and the rodents too, that can feed on this sorghum. So we can get for that we can get a scare, or we actually use this sound protector that you talked about that can scare the birds away. And he also said something yesterday about some farmers have to sleep on the farm.
I know. Are you reviewing his class or you are doing your presentation?
I'm doing my presentation, but nevertheless, I'm taking from what he has taught us. Okay, thank you, sir. So diseases that can, we have the smooth, we have the leaf, right? And we can control that by using our pesticides for that. And for sorghum, we have different varieties of sorghum. The varieties we have, the common variety we have here is in Nigeria. Our local variety is Farah, and it is popularly planted by the northern people. But with the help of our researchers and they had worked on advanced advanced varieties. So part of them is Sangam 47, 48, 51 SY 40, which are more resistant to, apart from hybrid, they are more resistant to pests and to diseases, and their grains are stronger and broad. That means they are bigger than the normal one we have before, and they have early maturity. That means the planting period is actually not as long as our local one that we have here. So for the local one we have here, for the local one we have here, for an acre we might have, let's say 2 to 2.5 ton per acre. But for the advanced varieties, they have higher yields. So you might have like 4.8 to 4.0 to 4.8 as per acre as for production. So that being said, we advanced in varieties in sorghum has actually helped farmers to have more yield and more money from production of sorghum. And the whole group theory, we encourage people because we observe that people really do not really go into planting of sorghum here and in this part of Nigeria. So we encourage because we could see how versatile it is, because a lot of manufacturing industry use it, and even for human consumption. So we encourage our people here.
°7. So let me go direct to what I have from you so that you won't take me for a critic. I've mentioned one. You said temperature requirement between 27 to 30 degrees. That may be misleading, and it's not true. You come across it, it's just for literature's sake. Then you mentioned something that the broadcasting method also is not suitable or not ideal for total production because possibility of bed invasion quickly is seen. And I want to say that may not be true. Actually, broadcasting is not an ideal method of planting for sorghum, but the reason you gave is not true. The reason being this: wherever you are using the broadcasting method, even broadcasting of soybeans, I mentioned to you that we try to make use in 2023. The procedure is this: even for rice, when you broadcast at commercial level, after the broadcasting, the tractor has to run over it, harrow everything again. So in the process of harrowing, we would have covered it. Though they may not cover everything 100%, but we always give room for that by the seed rate we use. So for your rice or soybeans, instead of 40 kg per hectare, if you are using broadcasting, you use nothing less than 60 kg. For your rice, you use as much as 120 kg or 150 kg per hectare if you are using broadcasting method. So that means we make provision for what the grapes will be, or those ones that will be scorched by sun that will not germinate at all. So you are right by saying that broadcasting is not a suitable method for planting sorghum, but the reason you are using is confusing. It's like people are not like giving this money. Then you mentioned the yield. I'm not criticizing your figure, whether it is right or wrong. Your facilitator will do that. But whenever, let's let everybody pay attention to this. Whenever you are expressing anything yield, for those of us that are from science background, you must express your yield in ton per hectare, either ton or tons, depending on America or UK English. Tons per hectare, not per hectares. Whatever your yield is, you must convert it to 1 hectare. So you don't need to put 1. So that's why you just say per hectare. So you mentioned something like 1,000 to 1,500.
And I actually said with the help of rough estimates, which I said it might not be accurate.
I'm not criticizing your figure.
Okay.
You actually said between 1,000 and 1,500. The yield, I mean, between 1,000 and 1,500 kilograms.
No. I said 2 to 2.5 tons per hectare. That's what I said. And I said if for advanced should be around 4.0 to 4.8 tons per hectare. That's what I said.
So somewhere in your presentation you mentioned something yield to be 1,000 to 1,500.
I don't think so, sir.
As you said it, I put it on my phone, so I didn't manufacture the figure. But for the consumption of the whole house, once you are, at any time you are expressing your yield, crop yield, always be mindful of expressing it in yield, in tons per hectare. Then you failed to mention seed rate. I'm not sure we mentioned spacing.
I did, and I did this. I mentioned seed rate too.
What's the seed rate you mentioned? If you mentioned it, you don't need to be looking for it.
No,
It may be in your document, it's a different thing. But I didn't hear anything like that. And if you observe me very well, I paid attention to your presentation from beginning to end. I didn't hear anything like this.
I did. I said 4 to 5 seeds per hole.
What's seed rate? Your seed rate is expressed as
okay, I said 400 kg per hectare. Well, when I talked about
actually I didn't hear that.
when I talked about the spacing, it should be 20 centimeters. 10 to 20 centimeters.
So let's be mindful of that for every crop that you have that requires seed as means of propagation. You must know the seed rate, and the seed rate is quantity of seed required to plant 1 hectare, and that should not be confusing. If you want to cultivate lesser area of land that's not up to 1 hectare. So, for example, I'm not sure of the seed rate of the sorghum per hectare. I don't know that. So, but for maize, I know it's between 20 and 20 kg, 20 and 25 kg per hectare. Let's pick minimum average of 20 kg per hectare. So, if you want to plant just 1 acre, and you know that 1 acre equals 1 hectare is equal 2.5 acres. All what you need to do is to divide that 20 by 5. So, by 2.5. So which is 10 kg. So that means if you want to plant 1 acre of maize, you must get 10 kg of maize seed. So your seed rate is the same thing as quantity you want to plant per hectare. So it's expressed as a kg per hectare, while your yield is expressed as a ton or tons per hectare. So let's take note of that. Then don't let us confuse a seed rate and spacing with one another. When you are talking of spacing, you must know, master the space along the row and space between the rows. I pay attention during your maize class. Space along the row for maize is 25 centimeter or 0.25 meter. Between 2 rows, 0.75 meter or 75 centimeter. But please don't be dogmatic with these standards. Please don't be dogmatic with these standards that you are taught at the JOLAB TVET that the standard spacing for maize is 25 centimeter by 75 centimeter. It depends on your mastery of the operation. I can decide to plant my maize at 50 centimeter, at 20 centimeter by 50 centimeter. I can choose to plant my maize at 50 centimeter by 75 centimeter. But from that moment, for you that you planted your maize, please let's pay attention. For you that planted your maize at 25 centimeter by 75 centimeter, your operations will not be the same as my own that I planted 70 50 by 75. It could be 70. It could be 30 by 70. Let me call our attention to the point of deviations. If I choose to plant my maize, in fact, some people do plant their maize with spacing as low as 25 by 50 centimeter. So we call that one a high nutrient or high input farming, whereby somebody that planted his own at 25 by 75 centimeter, maybe is using just small bags of NPK. For my own, and I planted it at 25 by 50 centimeter, I may need to double the fertilizer requirement. That's the implication. Then I shouldn't expect my maize crop size to be as bigger as your own. But the comparative advantage is this: long throat. For me, I will have higher population density. So when you are getting about 50,000 crops per hectare, and they get up to 65,000 crops per hectare. So what's something we now justify both of us at the end of the day. From your own 50,000 crops of maize, how many tons will you be able to get? And from my home, how many kg will I be able to get? So then it depends on our purpose of production. If I'm producing for fresh maize, I know that there's no how long my maize crop is. Nobody will buy a cup of maize for 1,000 naira. So if I now choose to plant my maize at 50 by 25 centimeter, it may give average size of maybe something that those vendors will sell at maybe 100 or 150 naira. But the utmost objective is mastering our activity. So we don't just deviate from the standard without having the mastery of it. There are some people here that I knew that they are masters on the farm. They understand what I'm saying. But you that you are JJC, you have no choice than to follow the standard, because it will require a lot of manipulation if you deviate from the standard. Don't let me confuse you. For maize, as we are being taught, the standard spacing still remain 25 by 75 centimeter. Then you mentioned something like a flat ridge. What do you mean by flat ridge?
I mentioned
flat ridge. That's the word that caught my attention to your presentation. There's nothing like flat ridge.
Sorry, sir, I never mentioned flat.
I disagree with you.
Because the flat rate you are saying, I don't even know what flat rate means, and it's not here.
Are you saying I'm lying?
No, maybe you misheard what you
I
added.
misheard. You mentioned flat ridge.
I don't.
I'm repeating again. You mentioned flat ridge.
No, because I don't even
can you please calm down? Can you please calm down? Can you please calm down? Next group. Please, when you are doing your presentation, master what you say. I didn't manufacture all these things from home. As you are saying them, I was taking them down. But why are you that being? Why can't you stand behind what you say? You have manufactured all this. You make mention of advanced variety. What do you mean by advanced variety? Is that what you are taught in the class? something like advanced variety, let's be technical to some degree. I was in the class, what your facilitator mentioned is an improved variety. Grammatically, might mean the same thing, but technically, no. You can't tell me that improved variety is the same thing as advanced variety. And that's what you mentioned. If I mentioned that for you, you may even say no. That's why I excuse you from the podium. Next group, group 1. Group 1, who is representing group 1? If you are not here, maybe never be here again. Group 1. This is 10:20. Please, if we are not serious, if we feel that because of delay in payment, we can hold this center to ransom, I beg you to disagree. It doesn't cost me anything than to report to the head office the situation. And that will compound the woe of delay your payment. Group 1, please. No, but group 1, please stand up. People in group 1. It's like maybe we are playing more than enough with each other. Group 1. Group 1, please can you come over and choose someone to present for you? Everybody in group 1, come out. If you are in group 1, please come out. And choose somebody to present. I believe you've done the assignment. Choose somebody to present. You have 10 minutes. Who is presenting for you? Group 1. Please, let's bear it on mind that may not be break time today. Please, let's bear it on mind that may not be break time. Please, one house, please. One house, please. I will still use my discretion to be fair to all. We are starting the presentation afresh. After group 1, group 2, after group 2, group 3, then group 4. Please let the whole class pay attention to the presentation. Because all this argument, I say this, I didn't say it, if you pay attention, the audience should be able to ascertain whether she said it or not. Please, let's pay attention. Which group are you? Please, group 3 should get another person to present for them. Group 1, your time stops by my own watch at 5 minutes to 11.
Yeah, good morning, sir, and good morning to everyone.
Stay here, if you are group 1, stay here. And your presenter commit offense. So you stay behind your presenter.
Yeah.
And the beauty of a good presentation is this. Let me give us a gist. The beauty of good presentation is this. If the person chosen is getting off track, quickly change and you continue from where you get stopped.
Yeah, good morning, sir, and good morning to everyone. Yeah, my name is Adepo Jaredele, and I'm here on behalf
Sorry. You can divide it into 2. Maybe you can take the first 5 minutes, another person the next 5 minutes, as you want.
Yeah, I'm here this morning to explain the practical explanation on maize preparation. So, as you all know that maize is one of the most...
Production or preparation?
Production, the explanation of the production of maize. So can I continue? So, importance of maize. As you all know that maize, which is specifically known as maize, the importance is the most stable food crops for millions of people. It is used for pulp, flour, and sugar and snacks around the world. It represents around 50 to 60% of poultry feeds used in dairy, starch, and internal industries. Highly economical value for farmers. The ecological zones suitable for maize. Maize is grown around this rainforest, Guinea savanna, and Sudan and Sahara savanna. Its climate requirements, the temperature is around 18 to 32 degrees Celsius. The rainfall is around 600 to 1,200 mm. The soil which is suitable for maize is loamy soil, fertile and well-drained soil with pH value 5.5 to 7.0. It's needed around 6 to 8 hours of sunlight daily. So now let's go to the land preparation. Firstly, we have to clear our land. As we all know that we have to select a good fertile land for our site preparation, in which it involves the loamy soil. We have to clear our land, remove the weeds and stumps. We have to plow it. As we all know, the plowing is the first stage of tillage operation, in which we are going to remove, turn over our tilled soil, turn it over. Planning improves the air aeration, and also we are going to go to the second farm operation, which is the harrowing. But that involves the loosening of the thick soils which are already gathered or packed together, so that it can be fine and soil tilled. So we are going to make our ridges in south and flat land in the north. Basically, in the north, they are having something like a kind of flat land. So most of the ridges, a maize does not involve something like a very big ridge. So it's a moderate flat land. So what are the planting practices? It involves, we plant maize around the month of March and April. That's the first planting period. And also it can be planted in the month of August. In the north, that's in the south. In the north, it's planted around May, June, and dry season irrigation. Dry season during most in the north, the mix of irrigation, so it can also be planted around November to February. The spacing is around 75 to 25 centimeter or 90 by 30 centimeter, depending on your choice. So the seed rate is around 20 to 25 kilogram per hectare. What are the improved varieties we use? There are the Summers and the Oba Super and the Ife maize. These are the varieties of maize which have been planted in Nigeria. So the fertilizer requirements, we have the Baza, which is the NPK 1515, which is used around 4 to 6 bags per hectare. That's the range of bags you use on 1 hectare of land. the top dressing, we can make use of the urea, which is 2 bags per hectare. That's after 3 weeks of being planted. So organic manure, we can also make use of poultry manure, which is 3 to 5 tons per hectare. So in the process, we are going to carry out our weed and pest and disease control. The weeds is carried out in the first week of operation. Is carried out in the second to third week after planting, while the second weed operation is carried out in the 5th to 6th weeks. So the herbicide being used, we have the atrazine, we have the paraquats. Also, we also need to the pests which are being affected by on our maize plant, because the fall armyworm, the stem borers, and the termites, and this can all be controlled by early planting, resistant varieties, recommended insecticides. So the diseases which are being affected by maize involves the maize streak viruses, the leaf blight, the rust, and the downy mildew. So in the process of our planting, there are also water requirements, the climate change, the germination, and the tasting and grain fillings. We also need to carry out irrigation, which is very useful during the dry season, or probably in the north areas in which they are not suitable to good rainfall. So the harvesting, which is another process, another operation, in those indicators when it is dry, when the dry ox is already becoming dry. Definitely, it's already showing, indicating sign of that. That's after like 3 months of being planted. It's showing sign that it's already time for harvest. So the grains becoming hard, the black layers and the grain base. Harvesting are done manually or mechanically, and the yields on the plant on the farm. On the local varieties, we have 1 to 2 tons per hectare. On improved varieties, we have 4 to 7 tons per hectare, and on the hybrids, we have a range of 8 to 10 tons per hectare. So another thing is the post-harvesting handling. So during that process, we have to store our maize at the moisture content of 12 to 14%. So we ensure that the shell it is stored in a airtight containers or inside a silo or hermetic bags. So what are the challenges which might be affected during the drying season? Though some of these our maize can be affected with weevils, moisture, and moths and aflatoxin. So these are some of the major challenges which have been affected during the storage process. So some of the challenges in maize production is the pest infestation, which is especially the FAW. Highly fertilized cost. It involves, it demands fertilizers which might be at high cost. The climate variability, the poor mechanization, the limited access to improved seeds, the post-harvest losses. So as we all know that maize is one of the most. As we all know that maize is one of the most widely acceptable or widely eaten feed among humans and also among the animals. So there is high demand from feed industry. There is also growing poultry sector. There is high demand there. Value addition. We also know that there are a lot of value addition to maize, in which you can get our flakes, our flours, and our starch. Also government support programs and regional market opportunity. So maize is a profitable and adaptable crop in Nigeria with improved seeds and proper land preparation, and pest and adequate fertilizer, and so all these things can be well gathered and also make our maize be suitable for us in the country here. Thanks so much.
That's a presentation. I want to call your attention to something. You mentioned the variety of each. I want to correct something here. You mentioned Samas and Obasan. Those are brands of maize, they are not variety of maize. You are referring to variety of maize, either early maturing or late maturing. That's one classification. It could be open pollinated or hybrid. You mentioned something here. Somebody say something here now. Okay, white or maize could be either of the two. White or yellow maize could be early or late, could be open pollinated, could be hybrid. The same thing I wanted to mention yesterday, but skip my mind. All these herbicide, glyphosate, sarosate, DD4s, whatsoever, don't let us be confused with the brand name. For all the chemicals, what's supposed to master is the active ingredient. Saro alone has like 3 glyphosate. Saro Africa, they have 3 brands of glyphosate. And that's why if you go to Upada to need glyphosate, they can always give you anyone as a, sorry, you say you need, for example, phosphor. They will tell you they don't have phosphor. But if you go in get to the all these herbicide seller or vendors, then you need glyphosate. It could be phosphor, it could be sarosate, it could be any other brand. But for your locality, if you are not new to that locality, there may be particular glyphosate they'll be using there over time that is no more effective. Everybody is complaining about phosphor now. It's not that the activeness of phosphor reduced, but because phosphor is one of the cheapest brand of herbicide, people have used it repeatedly on the same plot, and the weeds have become resistant to it. It's not that phosphor is no more active, but people have abused the use. So in essence, we should master the active ingredient AI in the herbicide. 2,4-D, different brand of 2,4-D. So the same thing with this seed variety. We have what do we call it now? You mentioned Summers, you mentioned Oba Super. There are other brand of maize, other brand of seed. We have seed East West coming up now. We have value seed and the light. So all their seed for maize or cereals are categorizing to open pollinated or hybrid. The meaning is this: if it is open pollinated, those are the seeds you can plant and plant over and over again, and they still be giving you almost the same result. But for hybrid, you plant it once, you work on the genes. So you replanting it, the yield will be decreasing. In fact, somebody have mistakenly sold seed of hybrid for me as open pollinated. Ask me how the maize look like about 30 hectares. The maize grew up like sugar cane. Strong stem, greenish. I was happy that we were going to be. But no cob. They are complex. From about around area of 5 acres, only 2 cobs. It could be as serious as that. Yes. Only 2 cobs. It's my personal farm. I mean, it was my personal farm. Only 2 cobs. I said I harvested 2 cobs. The maize was like a reggae, sugar cane. So what we are teaching you here is as serious as that. So back to what you said, we have maize seed variety, open pollinated, and hybrid varieties, or early maturing, late maturing. I was in your class yesterday. Early maturing, 60 to 75 days or 80 days. Late maturing, 90 to. In fact, there's one variety seed scope. High yielding, but the maturing period is 150 days, 5 months. 5 months. So the economic of production now, why should I plant a maize that will take 5 months on my farm because of high yield? Why I could have planted 3 months I would have planted twice. But that 2 times you won't get it with the state of climate. At least anywhere you can plant maize twice in Nigeria without irrigation, twice on the same plot now. So I think the second point is a fertilizer application. You mentioned basal and topical. There's methods of application. First application, second application. Now by what method? Topical, basal. And there's what we call a split application. Instead of applying your fertilizer 2 times, you can split your first application into 2. Whereby your application will now become first application, second application, and third application. But that's where you have enough labor. And the disadvantage of that is for your crop to make optimal use of the fertilizer. You know, once you drop your fertilizer, you start disintegrating. Hardly can any crop pick the fertilizer 100%. It's not possible. But the fertilizer is supposed to apply at the 14 to 21 days after planting. You can apply the first one if you are using mechanical planting. You can apply the first split as you are planting. The second split at 21 days. There will be improvement in the growth and development of the niche. But if you are short of labor, you can still stick to your first and second application. So those are my observations. Wait now, I'm here to discharge you. Any question? 2 minutes.
Group 1. Now, in your presentation, the plant population, you need mention it there. Or maybe you need mention the plant population. For now 1 hectare, you omitted it. Or you need mention it. So I need to mention it in part of production. So you then you are planting 25 to 20 to 25 kg per hectare. So what we need to do, what population we need to do? That's one of those things that we need to convince the farmer or an investor to mention it. And normally for me, is 53,000 tons per hectare. And
I mentioned the yield as regards to local varieties and improved varieties. For local is 1 to 2 tons per hectare.
No, not population for 1 hectare, number of tons, number of maize after planting. So it's something that you always consider in part of production. You need to know the total number of population in 1 hectare. Some have to do with harvesting. When you harvest, that's when you have to come. So you omitted it. Yes, another point I observe is your appetite application. Can you comment? You mentioned something, you didn't specify. When you are too fast about it, you need to know how many, what are you doing as pre-emergent and also what you are doing for selective. You didn't mention those areas. Or you didn't mention it. How many appetite for 1 hectare?
Yes, sir. During planting, for
yeah.
this, we have the NPK feed.
Herbicide, not fertilizer. There are two different things now. We have herbicide and more fertilizer application. It's a different entirely. But I'm talking about herbicide. To control weed, the only method weeding, what is done after 2 weeks, manual weeding. How about the chemical weeding? We didn't specify that area. Now, this one is very expensive. So if you use herbicide, it's no more cost. So you must start from day one. After you plant, you need what? Pre-emergent herbicide. And what are they? Atrazine, as we have tried to ask before. Look at the AI, the active ingredient of every chemical you find. We have pre-emergent, we have selective, and we have post-emergent. So in pre-emergent, there are some that are meant for me. Atrazine. So for 1 hectare, how many are you buying? It's part of the budget. So for 1 hectare, you buy, if you are using liquid, you have one as powder, those powder, one in liquid. How many are you buying? So all these information are very important. So if you are using the liquid one, you can use like 4 liters or 3 to 4 liters per hectare. For without powder, those ones are used like powder. Yeah, atrazine powder. Yeah, so between 2 kg or 1.5 kg per hectare, depending on how or the area of land and how the condition is. So all these things are very important. Also for the selective herbicide, the post-emergent, we need what? 2 or we need dipole. So all these things are very important. Now after you spray your pre-emergent, you must use also selective, depending on what? On the wind and other area. So if you are not very careful, you leave it that way, you affect your crop. Then also the insecticide. You need to tell us what insecticide are you buying. What are you buying? So you need to mention it now. You need to mention it. Yeah, for the pest, for animal. For animal, you need to mention it. So that is major pest or weed. So what chemical are you buying for it? You need to mention it. So all these information are very, very important. We have sharp shooter, which is very powerful by you. I want to have another one, remember more. In my own area, we put in sharp shooter for the animal. So the other chemical that are developed, like a buko for animal. But animal is one of the things that will affect your weight. Animal do it more every week or every week. You need to measure it. So all these things, you need to add it to it. And finally, for the irrigation, you need all the time like you apply irrigation, or when you apply irrigation, it's all the time. Eh? Are you aware that even pregnancy, even doing anything, you have issue of drought? Are you aware? So it's not only doing the dry season and use irrigation. It's doing it also in the rainy season. So it must not be only one during the rainy dry season. So as a farmer, we have to provide. If there's no rain, what would you do? So before you do your planting, you must factor in what? Irrigation. So if in the case there's no rain, what would I do? So if you are doing that one, then one when the best up with that period. I want to that period. Doing what? The tasking. That tasking period, if there's no rain for that 2 weeks, definitely all the brains are affected. So within that 2 weeks of fasting, when the meat is coming out, you must supply water. That is critical period of May. So if you don't supply water, everything is gone. So you must study the water.
Can do. Because of time, I will not be able for question. Group 2. Group 2. Everybody in group 2 should come out. Group 2. Hello, group 2. Group 1 has set the pace. Go straight to the point. Go slowly. Go slowly. Go straight to the point. 8 minutes more. 8 minutes more.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my adorable lecturer. I am the Group 2 representative, and I'll be talking on soya beans. So before I proceed, I would like to show you physically how soya beans looks like for those that are not familiar with it. Introduction. Soya beans is a leguminous crop grown mainly for high protein and oil content. It is recognized as one of the most valuable crops globally due to its wide uses in food, livestock feed, and industrial products. It contains about 40% protein and 20% oil, making it an excellent energy and protein source. So, the oil in soya beans is unsaturated fatty acid because it supports heart health, reduce bad cholesterol, and also serve as source of energy. While the protein contain all the essential amino acids that the body cannot produce by itself, which is used to build up tissue, repair muscle, and support growth. Then I'll be talking about the botanical classification, the family, the Fabaceae, the genus, the glycine, and the species, the glycine marks, the life cycle, it is annual crops. So physical characteristics, leaves, compound with 3 leaves, that is, they are always in trifoliate form. Then we have the flower, which is the small pale purple or white, the pods, that is the green to brown with 2 to 4 seeds. Then the seed, that is the round yellow or cream colored, depending on the variety. So we have the origin distributed, which is soya bean is originated in East Asia, particularly China, but is now cultivated widely in USA, Brazil, Argentina, India, and Nigeria, especially northern region, Benue, Kaduna, and Kano. So we have the nutritional composition. Protein, it contains 38 to 42%. That is the percentage of the protein present in soya beans. Then the oil, we have the 18 to 22%, and the carbohydrate is 30%. The vitamins contains vitamin A, B, C, and D. Then the mineral, calcium, iron, potassium, phosphorus. It makes soya beans a good meat substitute, especially animal protein, especially when animal protein is expensive. Take for instance, not everyone can afford to buy meat to cook. Then with soya beans, you can use it to make tofu, basically known as beske, whereas it's not soya beans. So basically known as beske. So you can use this as a substitute or as meat in your food when eating. So we have the uses of soya beans, the human consumption. Soya beans is used to make soy milk, soy cheese, which is tofu, soy flour, soy oil, soy meat, and soy baby food. Then the livestock feed. Soya beans is a major ingredient in poultry, fish, pigs, and cattle feed due to its high protein content. Then we have the industrial use, the biodegradable plastics, the biofuel adhesive paint, and the likes. Then for the biodegradable plastics, how soya beans is used in industry for biodegradable plastic. So the soybean oil is extracted from soya bean seed. The oil is chemically modified to form polymers, that is the long chain. If you are a chemistry student, you understand this, but I'm not going far. These polymers are then processed into biodegradable plastic material. Then how to extract soya beans oil? Cleaning, that is, soya bean seed are passed through cleaner to remove dirt, stones, leaves, and other seeds. Then the drying. Seed are slightly harvested, are slightly heated to remove moisture. This makes oil extraction easier. Then removing of seed coats. The outer shell is removed and the inner kernel contains the most oil. That is, when you want to extract the oil I'm talking about the biodegradable in the industry. So when you are extracting this oil, after selecting the dirt and the stones from everything, then you now remove the shell. Then it is after removing this shell, it is that side the oil contents are mostly found. Then the grinding / crushing. The root seed are crushed into smaller pieces, that is crushing open oil cells. Then cooking, you crush soybeans is heated, heat rupture cell to release oil. Then you can use it for cooking oil. Then the pressing, seeds are pressed in an oil press machine. Oil is squeezed out and residue is called oil cake. Then, because of time, let me talk about the nutrient management. Soybeans fix nitrogen, that is, they require little or no nitrogen fertilizer. Why? Because they are high in nutrients. Then we have the phosphorus and potassium fertilizer to improve growth in case if fertilizer is needed. Then the fertilizer to be used is what? NPK 15-15-15 at low rates. So weed management, critical during first 6 weeks. Method, manual weeding, pre or post emergence herbicides, mulching. Then pest and diseases management. Common pests, we have the African bollworm, grasshopper, aphids, leaf beetle. Then how do you control this? You use safe pesticide, crop rotation, and timely planting. Diseases, we have rust, bacterial blight, and root rots. Control, resistant variety, good spacing, proper drainage. Then harvesting, we harvest when leaves turn yellow and start falling, pods turn brown and dry. Method, annual cutting or mechanical harvesting. Post-harvest handling, threshing to separate seed from pods, drying to save moisture level, that is 10 to 13%, then sorting to remove impurities. Packaging is clean, packaging in clean bag, then store in cool dry place to avoid insect attacks. Then health benefits of soybeans, reduce cholesterol, that is why it is good to eat soybeans very well. It reduces cholesterol so that you will not be fat. And when you get to the hospital, they will not tell you that, look at your tummy, you have cholesterol. So support heart health, prevent protein deficiency, strengthen bones due to calcium, provide essential amino acid. All these things are what are beneficial to your health. So always take soya beans. It is good for your health. So we have economic importance. It provides income for farmers, yes. When farmers plant soya beans, they what? They plant, they harvest, and they sell. They can't eat it alone, they must sell it. So it provides income for farmers. Raw materials for agro industries. That is, even these soybeans can also serve as soil nutrients. You can use it because of how it's so rich in nutrients and the likes. You will mix it with soil. Then use in animal feed production helps to improve soil fertility, reducing fertilizer. Conclusion: soybeans is a multi-purpose cross balance.
Let's clap for them now. This group 2, they challenge me. Time of they challenge me. And their charm distracted me. So, I have no contribution.
Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Your presentation was more like an academic presentation.
Yes, sir.
More with this year is go to the straight point. You didn't mention so many things like the plant density. Density now. Yeah, even the seed rate is not included. The time of planting was not included. Apart from that, the land preparation was not included. So all this information, why did you not get?
Sir, like I said earlier, I said to not waste our time. If you said 2 minutes, so if you want me to talk about that, I will. Planting. The planting time, early rainy season, June to July. Then the spacing is 15 centimeters between plant to 60 centimeters between rows. Then the seed rate, we have 50 to 60 kilograms per hectare, which is 0.5 to 0.6 seed per hectare. Then we have the depth, 2 to 5 centimeters deep.
Please. Don't mind me. As much as I have that in mind that nobody must cross, at the same time I joked a lot. When I came in this morning, some guys, what's the opposite of guys? PCC. Some babes were looking at me here, and actually I didn't know their names. I was like, I say, I'm interested in you. Then more interested in you. I'm more interested in you.
Okay, sir.
So, in essence, what I mean is that even whether she knows what she was presenting or not, she was in command. But mind you, as serious, the basic things are lacking in your presentation. Basic things were lacking. And those are part of what he has mentioned. Maybe in the course of the training, I will crave time to do general review of agronomic practices, or maybe I will assign another facilitator to take us through that. Agronomic practices are similar for most of the crops. Basic things you must do. You have to prepare your land, you have to do planting, weeding, either manual or chemical, fertilizer application, harvesting. Most of them are lacking in your presentation.
It's there, it's due to time.
You're supposed to use that limited time to touch those basic things. Notwithstanding, thank you so much. Group 3.
Okay. Good morning, my fellow trainee.
One house, please. Where is your former presenter? She's angry, she decided to walk away. Where is she? I beg, go and look for her. Group 4.
Group 3.
Group 4. Group 3, go and look for her. Group 4. Who is group 3 leader? Who is group 3 leader? That act of her is gross misconduct too. Go and look for her. Go and bring her. Group 4 will stop by my time. 8 minutes more.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here this morning to talk about cassava production and value chain. And yeah, this morning we are talking about cassava production and value chain, and making the presentation on behalf of Group 4 is Ms. Halima Bakari. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bakari Halima Abolaji. I'm representing Group 4. I'll be talking about cassava production and value chain. The purpose of this presentation is to educate farmers on cassava production and to improve the productivity of the farmers on cassava production in order to improve their yield, thereby improving their income. So I start from introduction. Cassava is widely grown in Nigeria and other tropical as well as subtropical areas of the world. It is rich in carbohydrates, calcium, vitamin B and C, and essential minerals. However, nutrient composition differs according to variety and age of the harvested crops, soil condition, climate, and other environmental factors during cultivation. Every part of the cassava is useful. The leaves used as vegetable for human consumption, fodders for livestock feed, while the root are the major source of carbohydrates. Basic steps in cassava production. Number 1 is site selection. We ensure that we select soil that is well drained, loamy soil, not sandy, clay, stony, or salt affected. The annual rainfall of the area should be around 1,000 millimeters or more. Waterlogged area should be avoided. Presence of worm cast should be considered because it's an indication of fertility of the soil. Then it is essential we carry out the soil test to know the status of the soil of the site selected. Then again, we need to measure the area of the land selected, as this will guide the cost of running the farm. So the second step is land preparation. How do we prepare our land for cassava production? We ensure that we slash the existing vegetation, then we remove the stumps where applicable. Then again, we apply glyphosate as chemical control to control the undergrowth weed. So after that, we wait for 14 days, we plow it. After plowing, we harrow it to break the lumps. Then again, after that, we do ridging, which is at a spacing of 1 meter by 0.8, or it can also be 1 meter by 1 meter. Then the ridging can be done with a tractor-mounted ridger, or it can be done manually. Planting. Cassava stems are used for propagation of cassava. The choice of variety is usually driven by the end use. A farmer targeting starch industry might go for high starch content variety. Improved variety of cassava are TME 490, which is ideal for flour production, Gary. We have Dixon too. It is ideal for Gary production because of the high dry matter content. We have TMS 980510. It is ideal for Gary. Then we have TMS 3572. It is ideal for Gary, fufu, high quality cassava flour and starch. The stem should be obtained from the plants that are between 10 to 12 months old. The cutting should be disease-free, which should be cut with a sharp tools into 20 to 25 lengths with 5 nodes. Planting is done manually or mechanically using planter. The stem should be planted vertically at the angle of 45, ensuring that the nodes of the cutting are turned upward. Ensuring 2/3 of the stem is buried in the ground while the 1/3 is above the ground. Then after the planting, we apply pre-emergence herbicide. We can go for any pre-emergence herbicide that is recommended by the NAFDAC or FDA, or the one that is mostly available in our community, targeting the active ingredient as the pre-emergence. So, and this should be done on the day of the planting, or preferably a day or 2 days. It shouldn't exist 2 days after the planting, and we should be applied when the soil is moist. It shouldn't be applied to a dried soil. So after the next step is replacement of dead or sprouted cutting. After like 15 to 21 days, we go back to our farm. So anywhere that we observe that our cassava stem did not sprout, we ensure that we replace the cutting. The next step is application of post-emergence herbicide, which are among the major constraints to cassava production. And for a farmer to be successful, they must control the weight, which can be controlled mechanically, manually, and chemically. After applying herbicide, we visit the farm weekly, starting from 4 weeks after pre-emergence herbicide. So as soon as the 30% of the weeds in the farm reach 4 to 6 leaves, apply appropriate post-emergence herbicide. So during planting, I forgot to mention that the planting spacing is 1 meter by 0.8. That is 1 meter between rows, then 0.8 meter between plants. That gives us a plant population of 12,500. You can as well use 1 meter by 1 meter, which gives us a population of 10,000 meters square per hectare. So the next step is, after applying post-emergence herbicide, we check for if there's any disease or pest. Most of the common pest of cassava is cricket or mite. So we ensure that we apply appropriate insecticide. And if we apply insecticide, when it is like a month or 2 months to the harvesting, we stop the application so as to make the cassava to be safe for consumption. So after the next one is cassava harvesting. Cassava root is attached to the main stem that can remain stable in the ground for several months. However, after the harvest, the roots start deteriorating within 2 or 3 days rapidly because of the little value for consumption of industry. Cassavas harvest cassava when the roots are old enough to have accumulate enough starch, but not yet fibrous. So this means that we should harvest the cassava as at when we shouldn't wait for it to be fibrous. When it is fibrous, it will not be useful again. So an optimum of 10 to 15 months after planting is recommended. Leaving the root too long in the soil, expose them to rodents, and tie down the land unnecessarily. So after the harvesting, a farmer can choose to sell the tuber raw or add value to it. So now to cassava value chain. Production. Farmers grow and harvest cassava. Another one is processing. Cassava can be processed into gari, fufu, starch, flour, ethanol, or animal feed. Another one is we package. After processing into gari or lafu or anything, we can store them in the house for maybe when we process them now, the market is not encouraging. You can just store them until the market is appreciating. Then after that, if we are ready to sell them, we can take it to the market for selling, distribution, and consumption. Thank you for listening.
Now, when you want to buy the planting stem, how many bundles You didn't mention how many bottles are you buying?
Oh, sorry.
For
So
1 hectare.
70,
For 1 hectare.
1 hectare,
I mean,
70 to 75 bundles.
I mean,
70 to 75 bundles of 1 meter length of cassava stem cuttings.
well, what I do is 50. If it's 1 meter by 1 meter stem, it should be 50, not 70. It should be 50, not 70. When you are buying short, if you are buying shorter,
Can I defend that? Can I defend that? We decided to go for that quantity because number one, the place we are getting, because of the logistics, and we might think everything is 1 meter, and some of them might not be up to 1 meter. So instead of us going to buy another set of stem cutting, we should go buy the 70 or 75 bundles, so I will save the logistics. We don't use fertilizer because we use a fertile soil, and we ensure that we practice crop rotation. Anywhere we plant cassava in this first year, we don't plant in the second year.
the pesticide you are applying, how many times are you applying it? You need specify. And also the herbicide, you need specify what you are buying. So these are information that we need. Not that you must specify.
Okay, like I mentioned, I said most of the insect pet of cassava is cricket and mite. So the one we mostly use is cypermethrin.
Are you applying
That's 3 to 4 times, depending on the infestation of this insect pest. If they're not that serious, there's no need for wasting of it.
So how many liters are you buying per hectare?
Sir?
How many liters are you buying per hectare?
1 liter is okay for 1 hectare.
No. And you recommend 3 liters. So, mostly for tomato, I need 2 or 3 is okay. 2 or 3. But buying 1 is not okay. But if you buy like 2 or 3, and you apply it how many times? How many times are you applying it?
Say 3 to 4 times, depending on the investigation.
For how many months? I'm on interval. At what interval? So all this information are necessary. What are you at what interval? What interval of 4 weeks or 2 months? These are information that should be included in your presentation.
Noted, sir.
Thank you so much, Marco. Group 3. Everybody in group 3. You have 8 minutes. If you are in group 3, join in. Group 3, join in.
Okay. Good morning, my fellow trainees. Good morning, my facilitators. Good morning, my coordinators. My name is David Samuel. I'm here to present successful and profitable sorghum farming in Ibadan. As a farmer, as a professional farmer, I bring out of my the experience that I had, the experience I had in the cultivation of sorghum. Let me just first summarize what is here before I go to the explanation. Introduction to sorghum farming. Sorghum is one of Nigeria's most profitable cereal crops. It is item number 1 Eat and drop turnarounds. Eat and drop turnarounds. What do you mean by eat and drop turnarounds? That means whenever there's absence of the rains, or when the rains before they suddenly the rain stop, or there's no rain, the sorghum germinates. It will definitely survive. Grow well in poor soil. Grow well in poor soil. Low maintenance. High demand by breweries, units, food processors, and feed. Southwest Nigeria, especially in Ibadan State, had a perfect climate and soil for sorghum production. This guide takes you through every step. Before you are going to plant a sorghum, you should acquire or lease a land for cultivation. Lease a land for cultivation. You do your land clearings. You cover, you remove all your weeds that's been cleared before tillage. Choosing seed, planting, fertilizer, pest and weed and pest control, harvesting and sleeving for maximum profit. Land requirements and how to select the good site for sorghum. Sorghum doesn't like the swampy areas or waterlogging areas. Well drained, flat and gentle crops. Not swampy. Waterable during rainy season. For this one, it's not only sorghum need a waterable for during rainy season. It's all crops, applicable to all crops. If you don't have adequate road channel, it will affect your crops. Because after harvesting, you will take your crop to the market or to the storage. If you don't have a good channel, the crop, the grain will spoil on the fields. Motorable during rainy season. Close water source if you want to dry season production. For that was for irrigation. You want to do irrigation for sorghum. From my experience, I've been to the sorghum production. They are not to practice irrigation for planting sorghum. We only planted in north, but in our region here, we only plant during the rain season. We plant sorghum in the rain season. And this one, how to measure your land easily. A place, 1 meter. The area is length and breadth. You calculate the 10,000 1 meter by 1,000 meters by 100 meters. You calculate make 10,000 meters square by 1 hectare. Soil testing. Before planting, you take a soil sample. You take randomly. Pick this one, pick this area, you take it randomly. And collect the soils from 10 points. Mix together. You mix the soil together, randomly. All the soil the sample that you took randomly, you mix it together, and you take 1 cup of soil to the lab to test whether the soil is planting. If you're not suitable for sorghum planting, you evacuate that land and move to other ones. Where to test soil, that was known as for me, the IITA soil lab, Ministry of Agriculture, I go to the University of Ibadan, you can go to the Federal of Agriculture, we have a soil lab there too. Adjust soil condition, the pH value of this soil, probably 5.5 to 7.0 pH value. That will be suitable for planting. Nitrogen, moderate. Phosphorus, at least 15 ppm. Potassium, moderate. If acidic, pH value 4.5, added agricultural lines. You added agricultural land, that means you need to sterilize the soil. If its pH value is high, because if it's too much of acidic content, you need to reduce the acidic content of the soil for your plant to properly germinate and be fruitful. You have a good yields. Best sorghum varieties for Ibadan. Samsung 47 down 95 to 105. day of maturities. That was the hybrid, because a local one that we do plant is around 120 days, or between 100 to 120 days. The maximum is 4 months duration of plantings. And the season of planting, the duration of our planting, we plant during the rain season, between May to July. That's how we normally plant sorghum. And the other way, why we do plant sorghum, it's only for marketing alone, it's only for consumptions. The other important that why we are planting sorghum, we are planting sorghum for other cultivation of the.
Excuse me, your time is on.
That is all.
How many minutes more?
How many minutes have you spent? How many minutes have you spent? No, you spent 8, you are on the 9th minute.
I just get that. Okay, let me just summarize. The mention of the insecticide, pests and insects that do affect sorghum, is you have a less infection by insects. It's only pests that do affect sorghum much, because the sorghum we do plant during the rainy season. And the reason why the insect is much affecting the sorghum is because of when there's heat, absence of rain, weather condition is why the armyworm or grasshopper do affect the sorghum. But when there's presence of the rain, I've not experienced before that armyworm or grasshopper do affect the sorghum, because it's my thing. I do plant sorghum. My parents used to buy also pests, the pests that do affect sorghum, we have rabbits, grasshopper, squirrel, hawk, squirrel. They are the ones that do affect the sorghum. And the bird, there's some birds that do affect it. Harvest period, we do harvest between December period to January, because of the moisture contents. You need to dry. You need to dry very well before you harvest. And how do you identify the maturity, the maturity for harvest? You look at the color of the leaves. If it turns brown, you look at the stem. Everything will dry uniformly.
You spend extra 3 minutes. Thank you so much. Where are you going? Where are you going? He concluded with the part that is very, very impressive on harvesting. I want to sound this to the ethnic presenters, or when we are working on our farm. Please, economic of production is very, very important. Good, there is mechanical dryer. But if you are embarking on using mechanical dryer, you are accruing more cost. I manage a joint venture with the OCP. I manage a farm that's a joint venture with the OCP Africa. They were like, they provided a dryer, this. We must harvest our maize at this point at around 12th week, then we should be back on trial. I told them emphatically, no. They were like, we must. I say, no. They were asking me to sign the undertaking, no problem. Oh my, the limiters, they don't go around the minimum. Except there is a fire outbreak. That's the only risk. Allow your brain to dry properly on the farm. You don't need to rush. Except your farm site is prone to fire outbreak. Okay, if you are doing 1 acre, you can sort of trying it, carry it out, return it to the store in the night. But if you be using labor to pack out harvest from even 10 hectares every day, the laborers will consume all your profit. So the best bet is to allow your grain to dry on the farm before harvesting. And you have to put something in place before then. Your farm must be devoid of weed. Then you must plant at the right time. You must plan your time so that that harvesting time will fall into the dry season. You can't plant maize April, May, and you want to store it dry. It's not feasible. You may achieve it, but you will lose the quality of the grain, because the rain will beat the grain while drying on the farm. So if you are targeting dry grains, either your maize, sorghum, cowpea, or soybeans, plant at a time when you know that your harvest point will fall into the dry season, so that you can allow the crop to dry very well on the farm. And you know one funny thing about that farm, I will say. So after harvesting the maize, we now supply the maize to a company in Lagos. So at the end of the day, they now because they sent their feedback to the partner company, not to us, that we gave them the best quality of maize grain so far. So there's we are passing a very good knowledge across. So that's still go down to what we call what you call it yesterday, cropping calendar. Every cropping calendar, the onset is at the beginning of the rain and close at the terminal of the rain. Every cropping calendar is always designed to suit into that. And I've mentioned something which I will still be repeating. IK, indigenous knowledge. Don't let us allow this so-called technology override our indigenous knowledge. These are our fathers in the farm. Don't let us play off their knowledge. When there is no dryer, they know how to harvest their grain, store it, keep it for 2-3 years, and nothing will happen to it. Let me shock you. I've kept maize for 2 seasons when the market was not favorable. I don't have any problem with the proceed. So I just left the grains inside the store for 2 solid years. And when the buyer came, they were like, we are suspecting that the maize is for that year, because I have to sell it for them at a dry price during the rainy season. So they check the quality, they cannot get a single beef with here. I won't tell you what I used. But you said? See me after the class. So thank you so much. You can go. And then for now, it remains one aspect of this assessment, quiz. Another facilitator is around, another course. So in 10 minutes, get a sheet of paper ready. In 10 minutes, you display the question. I think it's the ABC. It's objective. Write your name, write the, what do you call it now? Just write quiz. So ICT, please display the question. Maximum 10 minutes. By 11:15, we submit. In fact, 10 minutes is too much. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. This is 11:34. Start now. 11:34. We are stopping by 11:39.
Are you ready?
Don't worry, I will tell you when to scroll.
Only answer.
Now write your name, write only A, B, C, or D. You don't need to write anything down. Option 1. If number 1 is A, write 1 A. If it is D, write 1 D. Don't write 1 maize. You don't need your group, your name alone. Please, no more talking. We have to close the door. Hope we can see very well now. Can we scroll? Yes, sir. Go on. Don't copy yourself. Scroll. Okay, let me help you to read. I believe we've read number 3. Number 4, which crop is primarily grown for animal feed, beer production, and as a healthy, gluten-free food source? A, rice, B, sorghum, C, cassava, D, soybean. Scroll. Scroll. Which type of soil is generally most suitable for growing maize? Arid, sandy soil, A. B, laterite soil, C, loamy soil, D, black soil. Which type of soil is generally most suitable for growing maize? Arid, sandy soil, B, laterite soil, C, loamy soil, D, black soil. Number 6, which is not a common method of planting cassava stems? A, horizontal, B, vertical, D, diagonal. Scroll. You don't need to think about that. Say you don't know it. Number 7, besides direct human consumption, what is a major use for maize in Nigeria? Besides direct human consumption, what is a major use for maize in Nigeria? Primarily for spices, animal feed and biofuel, ethanol production, textile manufacturing, only for ornamental purpose. Number 8, to promote good production, it is important to treat soybean seeds with which of the following before planting to ensure proper nitrogen fixation? A, fungicide treatment, B, heat treatment, D, nodomax inoculation, D, soaking in the high nitrogen solution. Scroll. Scroll. Number 9, which of these is a major constraint for the rice cultivation in rain-fed areas? Excessive sunlight, inadequate rainfall, low temperatures, soil acidity. Because acidity, me myself, I don't know this. I confess, I don't know this. Which of these is a major constraint for rice cultivation in rain-fed areas? Okay, I have idea now. And lastly, sorghum is often grown mostly in which region of Nigeria? A. Southern coastal areas. B. Savannah belt, northern states. C. Eastern rainforest. And D. Western islands. Get ready to stop. Hold your paper. Hold your paper. Hold your paper. Hold your paper. Are we done? One and two. One and two on board for you. No. At count of one house, please. Just pass your paper like this. Then you pass your paper like this. Just pass like this. Hope everyone has got it. Who else? You are here to get the paper. I sent 4. You are here to get. Who else? Nobody. Something is happening now. You don't have any script with you. Is that all? So that means some people submitted for their friends. Why now? Why? Why? So, random treatment. Tell this. So I need to calm down. May God forgive all of us. So as punishment, have to. As punishment, you back to. May God forgive all of us. Let's give us the answer.
For number 1, Yadai B. Soyabin. For number 1, which of it from the room are known for improving Yadai B. Yadai B. Soyabin. Number 2, Yadai rice. For the P. Number 3, this D cassava. Then number 4, B. Then number 5, C. Loamy soil. Then number 6, number C. Then number 7, B. Yeah, number 7. Yeah. Number 8. C. Then number 9. Number 9. Nyata B. I'll tell you. No, I know you. Then number 10. Number 10. The answer is B. Yeah. Now, number 9. Number 9. Wait, number 9. Wait. Wait. Number 9. Now, number 9. Now, the issue was that area should not be there. Sorry, the area should not be there. Rain-fed right, not area. Now, as we compare bonus, so the issue of rain-fed rice production is what? Inadequate water. Water is one of the issues of rice. For rain-fed rice, not area. Sorry for the...
Number nine, bonus, number 9. Please grade and submit over 10. But excuse me, hello. What happened now? The assignment for your friend is a grievous offense that amounts to expulsion. Who uses this jotter? Dom and Ellis, 2003. Wedding souvenir. Dom and Ellis, 2023. No name. Please submit. Hope return all the papers. That's a prank now. Please, hello, 1 hour. Let's refresh ourselves. 5 minutes by 12 o'clock, we start another class. Or we should continue. Please.
if you please calm down everybody. Ejo, Taloni, please. And you try now, 10. Taloni.
Now we are going to another aspect of the training, another unit titled Harvesting and Transport. Join me as I welcome Dr. Mrs. Badmos. Your people said no. 5 minutes. 5 minutes by 12 o'clock on the doors for me. Please, let's settle down. Please, let us settle down. One house, please. As I said earlier on, we are taking a unit in this training, marketing and transport of cereal. And taking us through is already standing before us, Dr. Mrs. Badmus. Let's appreciate her.
Ẹ káàsán gbogbo ilé o. Ẹ̀yin sìstá mi, ẹ̀yin bọ̀dá mi. Ṣé dáadáa la bá yín o? Àròkò bọ́dún dé o. Ẹ mọ̀ bẹ́ ṣe máa dáhùn. Àròkò bọ́dún dé o. While we are still trying to settle down, mo fẹ́ kọ́ wa, mo fẹ́ kí a kọ àkọsórí kan tí gbogbo wa ti mọ̀ ń pa ìtẹ́lẹ̀. Ẹ ti mọ̀ wá bí? Bóyá ẹ̀jẹ̀ akọ. Iṣẹ́ ilẹ̀ wa, ẹni kò ṣiṣẹ́. Ìwé kíkọ́ sí ọkọ àti àdá. Ṣé wá rí àmà wá sí orin yẹn ó ti wá di àtúnkọ báyìí. It's all right. While the drinks like the water is going round, I will just do this prayer. Ká lè settle in. Kò ń ṣe ọkọ àti àdá làwọn àgbẹ̀ ń lò ń sìn yìí o. We are in the tech world. We are in the tech world. So farmers are no longer using ọkọ àtàdá. I don't expect that farmers in this room, handsome and beautiful ladies, handsome men and beautiful ladies will be using ọkọ and àdá. Ṣé ní gbogbo nǹkan tó ti ń kọ́ wa látàárọ̀? Gbogbo nǹkan tá a ti display mi báyìí. If you are not in this class, then it's making no sense. If you don't listen and attend this class, gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ti ń kọ́ látẹ̀kùn kò make sense. Ó ní reason o, bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ, ó ní reason. Because all day long we have been talking about what you produce, the way you go about it, choosing your site, and the technique you use in planting, production technology, and all the agronomic practices. At the end of the day, tabak bin kono to kila fẹ́ ṣe sí. Àfẹ́sọ̀ dowó ẹ ṣe. Wọ́n ní kí ni kókó gbogbo nǹkan tá a ti ń ṣe. Kí ni kókó gbogbo ẹ̀? Nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ ń gbìn, oko la ti ń gbìn. Ó ní láti dọ́dọ̀ àwọn tí ó fẹ́ mú lò kó tó di kó jẹ́ kí ni ó dowó. So transportation and marketing is very key in any agricultural entrepreneur exercise. So please ẹ farabalẹ̀. Àwọn babies náà wà bíbá ẹ attend sí wọn, ẹ má jẹ́ kán pariwo. Àwọn náà learn in the process ni. So can I start? As stated, yes, my name is Badmus Muslia. Adequate. I'm an agricultural economist. And you know when you are talking about agricultural economics, he's talking about the money issue. So, gbogbo nǹkan tá a wá bíbá iná kó lè dòwó náà ni. Kápò wá lè rú gọ́gọ́ ni. So that we will be farmers with steeds. More money, my people, it's all about empowering ourselves. It's all about increasing our income. If you are trying to increase your productivity by using the appropriate technology, by doing all the things you have been doing, the whole aim of everything is for you to be able to earn good money and to have an improved livelihood. Of course, food security is also implied. But at the end of the day, any tone shaking you, you're shaking you, and you change the language. My title of the presentation is Transport and Marketing Trading Module. That's the title of the module I'm handling. And this module I've decided to divide them into 9 sessions. I'm not going to bore you. I don't like boring the class. So we are going to divide this module into 3 sessions. I will take 3 modules for this particular one. And by God's grace, I'll try and do it within an hour or less, depending on how you cooperate. Please don't see this as a lecturer-student thing. Interaction. So that way, when you interact, that way it's better. And it things better. So, I will come again sometimes next week, probably Tuesday, Wednesday, and take the other modules. 3 on Tuesday, and I'll round up with 3 on Wednesday, by the special grace of God. Yeah, so transport and marketing trading module. I have a clipboard there, from harvest to high returns. From when you harvest your crop until you get the return, high returns, money, transport and marketing of cereal crop products for Nigerian entrepreneurs. That's the way I coined the title. What's the focus of this particular module? You have been having different modules, but the focus of this particular module is how to turn everyone in this room that is actually opportune to be part of this training into smart business men and women. Please know the word smart. There are a lot of people that are businessmen and women, but they may not be smart about it. So this module is supposed to enable us to be able to appreciate what it means to do smart business. The key crops that I'll focus for my particular presentation are maize, sorghum, millet, rice, wheat. I'm going to give these slides to the people that are organizing it, so you can have it and read it. It's better for us to focus, so that I don't bother so much about it. I'm going to give these slides for you. And why are we talking about marketing and transportation in this our training? Why are we talking about transport and marketing? We realize that a lot of crops, even if there's a bumper harvest, we have a lot of post-harvest losses, either at the marketing level or at the transportation, during transportation level. So, kéèyàn ṣe wàhálà, kó gbìn nǹkan, kó náwó, kó rí bí 100 baskets of tomato, for example, and if you're using a lot of tomato and all these horticultural crops, I'm an horticultural economist in an horticultural sector. So don't mind me too much if I chip in these things. Kó ṣe bí 100 bags of tomato fàpẹrẹ, kó wá lose 30 bags out of it. That is how much harvest, post-harvest losses that we have across board. That is just being minimal. Imagine how much money those 30 bags are worth. So if there's a way we can prevent the loss of those bags, is it not worth it? Whether those losses occur at the transportation level or at the marketing level. I'm just trying to tell us the importance of marketing and transportation in any agribusiness. So, the main goal of this module is to help us in reducing post-harvest losses, because up to 30% in Nigeria post-harvest loss is experienced, and also to increase the profit margin of the businessman, the smart businessman. I'm talking about cereal crop. You understand? And by the mandate given to us for this particular training module, we are asked to cover cereal crop and also some other crops like cassava and maize, as I have mentioned. And why is the emphasis on cereal crop? We know for sure that ojúmọ́ kan ò mọ́ báyìí ní Nàìjíríà ká má consume one form of cereal or the other. Mo parọ́ àbí mo tutọ́. Báyìí jẹ rice, àmókì, àjẹ túwó, oríṣiríṣi, and jẹ bread, which is made from wheat. So there is no household in Nigeria that does not consume one form of cereal or the other, or even all the crops that we have mentioned. Àwọn cassava ni bí òun gàrí á jẹ́ ẹ̀bà. Bí ò jẹ́ lẹ́yìn ó lè jẹ́ níjọ́ kejì. Bóyá ó jẹ́ ẹ̀bà ní èdè tó bá níjọ́ kejì ó lè jẹ́ bóyá àmàlà àbí fùfú àbí nǹkan. So there is no way we can talk about food security without mentioning these very crucial food crops. And that is why it is important for us to learn about the transportation and marketing of these crops. I'm trying to drive a point here that when they choose our crop, yóò ṣe pé kí ni o wọ́n ṣe pàtàkì in our food security status as Nigerians. Then when we are talking about value chain, hello? When we are talking about value chain, what do we mean? Value chain. What does it mean? Can anybody just tell us? What do you understand? Yes?
We have the producer, we have the aggregators, we have those adding value. Like when we take for instance, pick cassava for instance. Yes, we have those that will process it into either food, gari, ilubo. We have the farmer itself who produces the cassava on the farm. We have those who will be like as intermediary between the farmer and the producer of that cassava. That's like now if I plant cassava now, I cannot even be the one that will take the cassava from my farm to the market. There must be somebody as an intermediary who will ask the current price, the trend of how the market, the price of cassava goes in town. So that's what we want that we relate between myself and the
Please, can we appreciate this young man? I know that we have all had this particular, term, value chain. Just as he has explained, whatever happens to your food from the farm, until it gets to the table of the person that wants to consume it, everybody that is along that chain, as the name implies, is what we call value chain. They are called value chain actors. So all the activities that happen from the farm till it gets to the end user, that is the consumer, those activities are what we call value chain activities. And I started by saying that we want us to be smart businessmen. You can belong to any of the nodes of the value chain. You can be an aggregator. Kì í ṣe àwọn tó ń pín àwọn activities àwọn àgbẹ̀ nìkan ni wọ́n lè benefit as agri-business persons. An input supplier, tí wọ́n bá máa gbin ẹ̀gẹ́, ó máa need the cassava stems, ó máa need àwọn agrochemicals and all those things. Input suppliers are part of the agribusiness value chain. So you might decide to say, I want to belong to the input supplier group. That's a value chain. You might decide, oh, I think I'll do better as a farmer because I have access to land and I can employ labor. I want to be producing. That's another activity along the value chain. You may decide to be an aggregator. Aggregator and no man lower more. Maybe you have a connect. Inshallah. Maybe you have a connect in the business world. You know, the project coordinator was saying something at the other time. He mentioned that he stored his maize for 2 years. Because as at the time, see, one harvest maize, one realized the glut were in the market. You know what glut means? So price to my go for carry. Remember, we are talking about being smart businessmen and smart businesswomen. So he decided to keep it till the time when the price appreciates before he sells it off. He has taken a very smart move. So somebody that is a farmer can also do an activity outside farming. You can warehouse your thing. We are going to talk about warehousing. You can warehouse your commodity at the time when there is excess in the market and sell it when prices have appreciated. Am I communicating? So to be a smart agribusiness person, you can belong to any of the agribusiness value chain. You can decide to be a transporter, logistics. You don't have to be the one that will be driving the truck yourself. You can get to buy 1 or 2 vehicles and locate farms where they have produce that you want to go into and move these things from the farmer's end into the urban market area or where your consumers are. That's logistics. It's also an agribusiness. If you want to be a processor, converting maybe cassava into gari, and you won't just call it ordinary gari, Laura, gari. You class it because you are going to grade it. And people will be able to pay.
Good afternoon, everyone. There is one form that we are still going on. If you know you didn't fill your form, go and fill your form now. Thank you.
I can continue. We have established the fact that the crops we are dealing with are very crucial crops for our food security. We have also talked about the value chain. It's like a road from your farm to your plate. All the activities that you do, from turning the crop in the farm till it gets to your plate, That's what value chain is all about. And along these value chains, we have some weak points and we have some strong points. So for you to be a smart business person, you need to be able to understand and identify the weak points and the strong points and how to maximize your profit as a businessman. So these are some of the things we need to know. In terms of the weak links, anywhere you find a weakness along the chain, what the weakness does is to reduce your profit margin. Weak links leads to weak profit margin. For example, when you incur a very high cost in transporting your goods, at the end of the day, the profit you are going to make will go down. Are we following? I mean, this high cost can be due to a lot of things. It could be due to maybe fuel, increase in fuel, petroleum prices. As at the time you were planting, maybe petrol was selling for maybe 800 naira, and you have calculated that, oh, by the time I finish selling this, I'll live like 3 trucks, and moving it from here to the market will cost me like this much. You have done your budgeting. You have estimated how much you're going to, you are going to make. Suddenly the price of petroleum goes to 1,200. That's going to hit into your profit margin. Again, if the timing of your commodity is such that because of one reason or the other, Nigeria is a very peculiar country to do business, especially agribusiness. So you have to be smart if you want to break even. Maybe suddenly there is war. Let me not call it war. There's some chaos in some places and they are stopping vehicles from coming down. Or maybe a heavy rainfall carried away the only means of bridge that's going to take your produce across to the other side. It's going to lead to what? A lot of losses. That is not within your control. So in that case, what do? Do you watch your commodities and see them rot away? Or do you find means of adding value to them so that at the end of the day, you still have something to take home? Because àwọn Yorùbá máa ń pòwe, wọ́n á ní wàhálà ní tàgbé. Ọlọ́run ló ń ṣe kí ni? Ọlọ́run ló mú ṣùtà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Wàhálà ní tàgbé Ọlọ́run ló mú ṣùtà, ṣùgbọ́n tí ṣùgbọ́n bá ta tọ́ náà kágbẹ̀ náà kó ṣe kí ni, kó smart up. Actually, this class we are having last is coming last, fine, but it's actually supposed to be the first thing before you go to the farm. The market should drive your production. I said what? The market should drive your production. You want to cultivate cassava. I heard in one of the presentation, somebody was saying the kind of cassava you produce will be determined by the person you want to sell it to. Isn't it? Because there are different varieties. Some varieties are good for consumption, some are good for what? For starch. So you have not gone to do a market survey to find out, if I grow this cassava, I've gone to this company, Oman Low Starch, or maybe pharmaceutical company, I want to lose produce in. You have to do a market survey to find out how will no man look in it. You go and talk to them, what we call contract farming. Moma bikini you. Share the lateral and negotiate. So that you won't just produce, at the end of the day, there will be nobody to sell to. That's why I said that what you plant should be what is demanded for in the market. The market should drive your production. Just don't feel that everybody's producing cassava. Everybody's producing cassava. Then you go and open up it and start planting cassava. No, they are not being smart. A smart person will look at the market in determining what he or she will produce. Is there a market for you? It's very important. Whereas if the link is very strong, it increases your income. You have a processor. It's one of the actors along the value chain. You know, we have producers, we have transporters, we have processors, we have marketers. You know a processor that if you produce 100 tons of maize, it's ready to absorb it. Bóyá ó ń ṣe complex ni o, bóyá ó ń ṣe oúnjẹ díẹ̀ ni o. Tẹ́mọ̀ wípé kàn lè má lo maize yẹn. Is a sure banker. Which agreement? Okay, I'll produce this, I'll sell it for you at this price. If you have a strong link like that, you have a probability of having your income increased. So, it's very important for us to choose the right means of transportation. Sorry. IT, please. This is not the slide I want to use for now. This is the summarized version. This one. So it is very important for us to actually know our market before we go into production. Are we following? And again, transportation is very key. I'm going to be talking about marketing and transportation interchangeably. Yes, I will give you the slide like I said. Check one WhatsApp number. And so you can have it on the WhatsApp number. They don't have. I'm not giving them. Okay, please just note what you can note. The coordinator said that they are not supposed to be given. Don't worry. It's an interactive class. It's an interactive class. Whatever I'm saying and you do not understand, please don't hesitate to stop me. That's why I said I would prefer that it is interactive. Okay, I have talked to you about the reason for the module. I've told you that it's majorly to reduce post-harvest losses that we have in Nigeria and to increase the profit of the farmer or agripreneur. When we use the word agripreneur, it's not necessarily a farmer. If you are a transporter and you're into agri-produce distribution, you are an agripreneur. If you are a processor and you're processing agri-related commodities, you are an agripreneur. Do we understand? Sometimes you use this term as entrepreneur, but it's just that agripreneur is more specific to agriculture. Kusho? Okay, what do we do? Slide is usual. Okay, and the slide just while I speak. the word I'm using. Okay, so like I said, I would discuss with us 3 modules for this particular session. The first module is what we have just discussed now, Introduction to Steady Value Chain, and why transport and marketing is very important. Show you what I'm saying. Tabala produce what I produce now, it should get to the end users. Katole make a profit. Tobacco produce a tomba jesori oko. We have not achieved anything. Nǹkan tá bá dẹ̀ produce kó tó dé ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn tó máa lò gangan ọ̀nà means kan ló máa fi débẹ̀, transportation ló máa aid bó ṣe máa débẹ̀. Do we understand? So if we have produced very bumper harvest and we have very bumper harvest, it is very important that whatever we have produced gets to the farmers àwọn tó máa lò. Tó bá dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé àwọn processors, it's very important that they get it. Àpọ̀lẹ́ bá sọ pé àtẹ́bá dóko mi báyìí làgbàdo mi ṣe, báyìí ni iṣu mi ṣe ta tó, iṣu tí wọ́n rí. So whatever you have produced have to get to the end users before you can claim to make any profit. Then in doing that, you have to choose the right transport system depending on what you are producing. If you choose the wrong transport system, you are going to be shooting yourself in the leg, because a wrong means of transportation will increase your cost of production and it will bring down your profit margin. That's what I meant by saying weak link. When the link is weak, it reduces profit margin. Then also, apart from laying the foundation for, steady transport and marketing, we need to understand our means of transportation, which is what I just said. Then we also need to talk about safe loading and handling during transportation. Warehouse and storage problems and issues are also very key. They all translate into the final cost. Grading and standardization of our crops. It is important that we understand the proper grading and how to standardize whatever we are producing if we want to make profit. Remember, we are not saying you are not familiar with all these things, but we are saying how do you do it smartly so that you make a difference. Anybody can just decide to go into production and marketing, but if they don't do it smartly, they won't be making profit like somebody that does it a smart way. Again, it is important that you understand timing and market dynamics. When do I sell? Which market do I sell to? Which market is commanding the highest price of the same commodity? What time should I sell? That's what the PI was talking about when he said he noticed that at one point the value of the price that the maize was selling for was not favorable for him. What did he do? He was very smart. He kept the maize in the warehouse, and when the price appreciated, he decided to sell it off. That is timing. A smart agri-premium must understand timing. When to sell is very critical. Marketing and business skills. What makes you stand out from other person? If you get to a market, you can have about 3-4 people selling the same thing, but there's something that somebody will do differently that will attract you to that particular person, and people will be like, instead of you to understand what that person is doing outside what every other person is doing and is making the person to stand out, you start giving some other interpretation to it. So it's very important that we understand these skills. Like I said, these modules are 9. We are going to take them 3, 3, 3. We are going to take 3 now. We are going to take the other 6 next week by the special grace of God. Are we in class? Good. So, like I said, production as a value chain activity involves cultivating or growing of crops and harvesting them. Then you transport them, moving them from one place to another is another activity in the value chain. Storage is another activity in the value chain. An agripreneur, a smart agripreneur, can decide that he wants to just be in charge of storage. I want to build storage houses. Now when you're about to harvest in come and store a, I will be charging them a price. But if you want to keep your commodity for as long as you want to keep them, I have the storage facility, I them are charging low, I will keep them. That's also an agripreneur. Grading and processing. This involves cleaning, sorting, weighing, and the quality of what you are selling. The reason why I buy beans from her is because her beans, she will sort it and obìnrin tó wà nílé yìí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí mò ń sọ. Ní sọ pé fẹ́ rẹwà olóyin, kẹrí ẹ̀wà drum níbẹ̀, kẹrí ẹ̀wà Sokoto, kẹrí ẹ̀wà Kaduna, kí gbogbo ẹ̀wà dàpọ̀. She will sort it. Àwọn ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀wà olóyin ló fẹ́ rà, kúkú jẹ́ wà ní máa pé drum ló fẹ́ jẹ drum. She sorts her beans. She picks the beans and the stones from the beans. So kò ṣe pé bóyá mo rẹwà, mo ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá ń drum, wá ń ṣà. Yes, our prices are 200 naira above the normal prices. But I'm okay. So long as I have value for my money. Ẹ̀wà tí mo fẹ́ jẹ drum, mo jẹ drum. Mo fẹ́ jẹ olóyin, mo jẹ olóyin. Mi ò dẹ̀ ní jẹ́ wà kí n máa pàkúta. Do you understand? That is a sort of grading. So, an agripreneur, you could decide that you want to buy commodities fresh from the market. You want to sort it and put it into grades. That's what they do in the supermarkets. And they put label there. No, they have added value to it. And people that want to pay for that value are ready. So you could decide, okay, I'll be supplying to this supermarket. If you have a supermarket near your place, money, high quality, if you like, call it grade A, Gary, tell by mine, I'll supply you. Some customer buy one, they will come asking for it. You even find some shops, they'll be asking, this particular Gary 10 times, any money. She won't Gary Bomi. She won't touch cheaper Gary in Bodijani. But if you want to command, command a particular aspect of the market, you have to do what other people are not doing. Something has to stand you out. And that's why we are talking about grading and processing. Marketing also. Just don't be an ordinary marketer. There are different categories of marketers. Share more. People market on WhatsApp. People do different means of marketing. Understand? Go important, so marketing on okay. You open the page, you put people there. We have this, we have this, we have this. I think share now. These are things that we have been doing. Some people will put resources together and they say, oh, we have beans for sale. If you know you want to do this, these are high quality beans, blah blah blah, and they package it. You can belong to a WhatsApp group. You can, if you know a set of people, I'm really a lack of when you want, they really don't have time to do all these things. Package whatever you want to sell in different kgs. Quality ones and market it. Add your own profit margin to it. If you like, you can, as you are in a class now, and you form yourself into different hubs. Oh, cassava production they be fellow. Why don't you form a partnership? Tell me about produce cassava. Where you go market? Look for a market. Tell them about processing. If you cannot process it yourself, and why into garden your dad? Tell me oju ima you sit with the person. They go man your gari daji. àmọ́ náà ṣe bá ń ra gàrí lọ́jà wàá bu gàrí mi ìdajì báyìí yẹpẹ ni gbàǹlẹ̀ àbíkílẹ̀ pé so tí wọn náà bá fẹ́ tàǹkù wàá mọ̀ pé high quality ló ń tà ẹni tó bá dẹ̀ máa rà. When there is value in what you are selling, people will pay for it. Wọ́n náà ta gàrí ní some dollars nílùú òyìnbó. Gàrí tó bá máa command dollar náà kò ní ṣe gbẹ́gbẹ́ gàrí. Ẹ̀yin náà mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. So when you have a weak link, like I said, it increases your cost of production, whereas a strong link increases your profit margin. And so we have different means of transporting commodities, agricultural commodities, from the farm to the end consumers. Can we list some of those means of transporting things? Can we list them? Oh yeah. Let's see what that is. Oh yeah, Mungo. Somebody wants to list different means of transportation, yes? Road, water, air, rail, Yeah, I don't know about spiritual. Or fair. So when you are talking about the road transport, it could be that you are using truck, it could be tipper, it could be lorry, or trailer, depending on whatever you are transporting. Ṣé mo bá wọn tó máa ń gbé fuel wá láti north? Tẹ́ bá ti rí mo rí àwọn tankers ní mo kàn máa ń tó àlùbọ́sà sórí ẹ̀. Ìgbà mi wọ́n máa tó tomato sórí ẹ̀. So, depending what the means of transportation that you engage in depends on the distance that you want to cover. For short distance places, that means èèyàn lè lọ́kadà. Tó bá tẹ̀ ṣe pé láti ibi ibùsọ̀ kan síbi òmíì nínú ògo yẹn, wọ́n lè lo kẹ̀kẹ́. Bá ṣe pé nǹkan tó fẹ́ gbé òpọ̀ jù. But if it is something that is bulky, èèyàn lè transport using the railway. Gone are those days when our rails were still good. I don't know whether there's anybody in the house that tó mọ̀ nípa train ní ayé àtijọ́, kì í ṣe àwọn tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń sìn yìí o. Locomotive. Tó mọ̀ kó máa fi transport here. They used to move a lot of goods. So that's a very good means of transporting agricultural produce that are bulky. There are some parts of the world that they are still making use of that, but it's not the case in Nigeria. Then we have water means of transport, like somebody said. You know, àwọn tó wà ní Niger Delta, àbí àwọn ọ̀làjẹ́ tí ẹ pé wọ́n lómi, and even some parts of Lagos, wọ́n máa ń lo, water as a means of transportation. Of course, motorcycle, maruwa, tricycle, kẹ̀kẹ́, they're not poor than that. And depending on how remote the land is, bí ibi tá a fẹ́ gbé nǹkan bá ṣe bó ṣe wà sí, bọ́nà yẹn ṣe rí, ó tún máa determine the means of transport tá a máa lò. Ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yé wa? Àwọn ọ̀nà kan wà tó ṣe wípé ẹ̀yin náà mọ̀ wípé téèyàn bá decide láti gbé just ordinary motor bí wagon lọ́bẹ̀ ó kàn waste time ara ẹ̀ ni. Àwọn ọ̀nà bí wà tí wọ́n narrow tó ṣe wípé you can't use motorcycle, you can't use vehicle to get there. Bóyá wọ́n máa kọ́kọ́ fi motorcycle kó àwọn èrò yẹn láti inú oko, wọ́n á kó lọ síbì kan tọ́nà ti wà tó fẹ́ jú. From there, no matter what load there's in the motor. Ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yé wa? So The means of transportation is determined by a lot of things. How bulky what you want to transport is, báwo ló ṣe pọ̀ tó, báwo ni road network báwo ló ṣe tó. Then kí ni nǹkan tí ó wà available níbi tá a wà yẹn, ṣé ibi tó yẹ pé omi ni tó ṣe wípé ferry nìkan náà lè fi transport àbí kì í ṣe. This again is just a repetition. That while we focusing on transport and marketing, I told us that cereal crops, that's all by agricultural crops. We are a highly populated nation. Àwọn kan ní 200 million ni wá, àwọn kan ní àti wọ 240, àwọn kan Ọlọ́run ló mọ nọ́mbà wa as Nigerians, but we are a highly populated people. Àdẹ̀lẹ̀ jí lójúmọ́ ká má jẹun. Béèyàn gbààwẹ̀ náà ṣé kò ní breakfast ẹ̀, so oúnjẹ ò ṣe má jẹ. And so, because these crops are the crops that we deal in fact, iṣẹ́ oúnjẹ títà àbí iṣẹ́ oko dídá, àfi tẹ́ni ò bá kí ń ṣe èèyàn, mo mọ̀ pé àwọn àjọ̀nú ò kí ń jẹun, àbí wọ́n ń jẹun, ṣé oúnjẹ tá à ń jẹ ni wọ́n ń jẹ? Èmi ò mọ̀ ó, tó bá ṣàti jẹ́ èèyàn adarí rúrun, àṣà jẹun ní ṣá. So if you are an agripreneur, you can never be poor. Yes. What I'm saying is that an agribusiness person will always have market for his or her produce. Bí doctor tó bá ṣe gbogbo iṣẹ́ náà, ṣé kò ní jẹun ni? Ṣé ìrìn èèyàn kan tí ò kì í jẹun ni? So in whatever form of agribusiness you decide to go into, you would always have, people that will patronize you. Yes? Somebody's asking a question. Yes?
Marketing is most important.
Calm down.
Thank you. Marketing is the most important business. But in a situation, because we talk about the off-taker, and we should first of all go and look for the off-taker. But in a situation whereby you're doing meat, because in that situation, the off-taker we have agreement with you. Because I have the little idea of that. But in a situation whereby you didn't meet the budget, the demand, what will we do? 1, 2. In a situation whereby
you didn't meet the demand of
as in the
Sonny Yoba
agreement but nígbà tó ń tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́ mú wáyé at the end
irú meat ẹ̀ báwo in terms of quality àbówó quantity
òṣèlè yẹn máa ṣe because àwọn kan wà nínú àwọn ọ̀pẹ̀kà yẹn tó ṣe pé tẹ̀ bá ti meet quantity so wà nìyẹn èkejì ni pé ní àsìkò tí a gbé nǹkan tí gbogbo wẹ́dà dá tẹ́fìtì sí wa ó wá di bóyá 2 weeks to harvest tó yóò rọ ẹ̀yìn oṣù wa àtẹ́sẹ́kù torí gbogbo yẹn wọ̀nà jẹ́ ó yọ àtọ́kọ̀ àti báyìí àti gẹ̀gẹ́ àtẹ́lẹ́tì òdòdógó good because ó wá ní 2000 bóyá 2017 August lójú dẹrọ 12 from day 1 to the last day of August lẹ́yìn ọ̀rọ̀ lè tóbi kí lè máa tó láti sọ.
Thank you very very much. Àwọn questions tó ń béèrè yẹn wọ́n wà very very germane. So ẹ ṣeun gan. Kí lorúkọ yín? Paul Olayinka.
Sorry, Paul Olayinka. Only pray you go.
Kò ṣàpọ̀ Olayinka yìí yókù mi ò gbọ́ mọ́. Máa padà sórí ìbéèrè ṣẹ̀gbọ́n. But it's very good bó ṣe wá sí lọ́kàn tẹ̀ ṣe béèrè yẹn. I'm glad. It shows you are following me. So, ṣé ká ṣe small exercise? Ẹ jẹ́ kọ́kọ́ sọ story kan fún wa náà. Ṣé rí sísí kan wà oúnjẹ Aisha? Àti Kaduna ló ti ń ṣe business ẹ̀. So she's into millet production. She's into millet production. And she produces a lot of millet, Omanta. But do you know that at a point during her business life, she lost a lot of money because of transport problem. When they were transporting the millet, Ojoka Momo, and they weren't properly packed. Ìgbà tó yí millet máa fi débi tó ń lọ ó ti dìdàkudà. You know, millet is not a water-loving crop. Today I'm not saying go any nurse. She has made a very bumper harvest. Oh, that not very so cool. You understand? But she incurred loss during transportation. That's why we keep saying that in your lane bumper harvest, so you are not yet ọkàn yóò tí lè balẹ̀ pé mo gbìn nǹkan èrè oko mi so dáadáa tí ò bá tí ìdọ́dọ̀ àwọn tó fẹ́ rà kówó ti dọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Yóò ń fọkàn balẹ̀ o èèyàn á fojú kan sùn ní wá ṣí ojú kan lẹ̀ o lè fojú méjèèjì sùn. Ẹ wo àpẹẹrẹ táwọn náà mú wá báyìí wọ́n ti gbìn nǹkan ti ṣe dáadáa nǹkan wà lóko bá mú ó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ o. It happens in real life. In fact, it is worse for horticultural crops like tomato. Àwọn nǹkan tó yẹ pé short duration crop wọn nìyẹn. Tó yẹ pé tó o bá àbẹ̀tẹ̀ ó máa bàjẹ́ sóko ni. Ó ti wá tásìkò kí ni ẹ̀ ti ṣe dáadáa, ó ti tó dáadáa. Ọ̀nà bàjẹ́. Èyí ọ̀kadà kò lè lọ. Èyí mọ́tò kò lè lọ. Àgbẹ̀dẹ̀ ti ń dunú fóun gbìn nǹkan. It is transportation that is causing that problem. Bóyá kí n dáhùn ìbéèrè yẹn papọ̀ ní ìsìn. Ẹ fẹ́ fi kọ́.
Now, you bá nígbà kí ni ọ̀nà àbáyọ fún àgbẹ̀lá ẹ̀ ebi farm insurance because like ẹ bá ní mọ́tò as a insurance on the firm because it's something like farm insurance tó jẹ́ pé the farm will be under the insurance. So that bí àwọn kíkà ìlà ṣẹlẹ̀ insurance company ọba
ibi tí mo fẹ́ mọ́rọ̀ lọ́nà ṣe in this business of agriculture it's unfortunate, you know, I said something the other time we do not have a very good system in places where things work. In countries where things work, irú railway that's already no matter being transport and agricultural commodities lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ because they are bulky. Wọ́n wúwo gan. Ó lọ́wọ́ politics náà nínú. The railway system is grinded, whereas other means of transportation are working. Kòkòrò tó ń jẹ ẹ̀fọ́ wa. Ẹ̀fọ́ wa ló wà. Do you understand? So it is very important for us to be able to come together and form clusters. Ṣé nǹkan tí mò ń sọ yé wa? Nǹkan tá à ń pè ní cooperative groups. Cooperative group, when you come together as 8-10 people, even from this training, you can form clusters. When you form clusters, advantages to one big book. One, when you want to borrow money, one in cooperative will work. These days, now you fair, even the job of fair individual woman. I want no negotiate. Why are you address to my facility fake in it? To buy to buy, to look for fish farming. To buy one or see penny roll, one equals and to Jembe. So it is very important for us to be able to come together, like minds, and form cooperative. One, affair attractor, láti fi ṣògo ni. When you come together, prices come down. You'll be able to access loan. Insurance stands so wrong by you. There are insurance companies that are existing. In Nigeria, there are people that are still borrowing money for farming activities, and there are banks that are giving money for farming activities. Are we aware? Loan bank, interest rates equal. There are banks that still give farmers loan at very moderate loan rates, and farmers are making it. You understand? So don't believe in impossibility. Pay and what equally work, so you will not give it a trial. When you come together and form a group, a cluster, you can hire vehicles that can go into that hinterland as a group. Ṣèbẹ́ yìí mọ ọkùnrin náà lè mọ̀ pa mọ́tò dáadáa. Ṣèbẹ́ wọ́n pa àwọn mọ́tò kan náà ní wọ́n ní auxiliary kí náà ti pè. Auxiliary gear tó yẹ pé wọ́n lè wọnú anywhere. Kò sí nǹkan kan tó lè yọ wọ́n. But if a single farmer wants to get that kind of vehicle, ó lè má rọrùn. Owó yẹn lè ti pọ̀ jù. Ṣùgbọ́n tó bá tó bíi márùn-ún bíi mẹ́fà tí wọ́n put resources together pé oko wa wà ń bí báyìí ẹ jẹ́ ká já kìíní kí a má waste kìíní. Ṣé mo yí pé á tún rọ̀ wọ́n lọ́rùn ju kọ́kàn fún owó kìíní yẹn kó waste lọ. Then accessing help, whether insurance, money. I don't know whether anybody here has heard about Fadama. Agro. Do you know there was a program, Fadama program, that from Fadama to Shele in your state? You know, Chopper. That Fadama program is just a model of what the government uses. Before you can access grants under Fadama, you must be in cooperative. One for individual. And I was a partaker of Fadama. I didn't partake as a farmer, I was a facilitator. You understand? I was a facilitator. And what I helped to do is to help farmers come up with their local development plan that they will use to access funds. And good thing about the Fadama is that we can't tap on funds. And there are several programs like that. What you know, you know. What you don't know, you don't know. What you don't know, you don't know. So when you form yourself together in clusters, a lot of àǹfààní pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ fẹ́ yáwó ní ẹgbẹ́ ni o, wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe training ni o, àǹfààní kan ń bọ̀ ni o. They will give it to groups of people, not individuals. Because antecedents have shown that individuals cannot be trusted. Whether they want to even give loan, okay, I fẹ́ pé 200 million sílé ẹgbẹ́ yìí, ẹ máa revolve láàrin ara yín. Of course, ẹ mọ́ra yín náà. Téèyàn kan bá fọ́nbù, you know how to deal with the person. Pé tó bá mọ̀ kó fẹ́ bá wa ṣe ẹgbẹ́, àwa mẹ́wàá ni wọ́n ní ká ṣara wa jọ. Ẹ mọ́ra yín, ẹ ti mọ̀ pé léyìí. Tó bá sọ̀rọ̀, kò ní bá bẹ́ẹ̀, ní bá bẹ́ẹ̀, ra yọ sẹ́gbẹ́. People of like minds will come together to form cooperative, and they will stand a lot of benefits. In the Nigeria of today, the way to make it as an agribusiness person that is just starting up is to belong to a cooperative. That is a message I'm passing across to you. When you have now established yourself very well, you can decide to stand on your own. But when you are just trying to start up, groups, cooperatives are giving more recognition, either by the private sector or by the government, than individuals. That is the basic truth. Because trust have been misused in the past. Some people are talking. That auntie in blue, whom are you quarreling with? I'm so, because trust have been misused, government is not giving any facility to individual again. Check across board. I'm not talking about Oshegu. I know there are political farmers that don't have any farm. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about agripreneurs, people that are taking agriculture as a business and they want to earn a living from that business. Let's continue. Just hold on so that we don't. I can quickly cover what I want to cover. So I said Aisha lost because she didn't transport commodities in the right manner. Ojoba, she lost. But later when she learned her lesson, that actually changed. The exercise I was going to give us is that we should choose a particular commodity. Maybe I want to like baby buy. I want to like baby buy. I choose commodity come. Oyalara, maize, any commodity you like. Can we choose problem come to le share in any node of the value chain? We are going to transport a new beginning come. Then how will you actually solve it? What solution do you think can be provided? Somebody will suggest the problem, and another person will suggest the solution. The same thing for this group. Any two volunteers. I'm a gender person. Ọkùnrin àti obìnrin kan ni kó sọ̀rọ̀. Téèyàn kan kò bá volunteer máa pè yàn.
Oya ṣàlàyé. Oya ẹ foríkorí. Ẹgbẹ́nu sí mic, ẹgbẹ́nu sí mic.
Farmer could have, whether in producing, whether during marketing, whether processing, just envision, if a farmer decides to do this particular business, he can have any problem. Don't use any problem the person can have. When you have identified the problem, they will give the solution to the problem. Alright, pick the crop. Let's sorghum. Okay. Sorghum and what?
That's very common, please. A common product. Maize. Maize. as a maize farmer, are you with us? So let's assume that after planting, and it's time for selling our product, and unfortunately for us, the market is not good. That is talking to about price. The price is very low. What can we do in order to maximize profit? Do you get the question now? What can we do to get the desired output, profit?
We can actually decide.
Industry that can process it and add value for it or put it in store.
When you start farming, it's actually when you want to site your farm, it's actually very advisable to consider nearest market. You site your farm to be very in a place that is near market so that it's easy for you to sell your product.
Let me tell you one thing that you people do not know. Did you sign a form today or yesterday? What is written on that form? That is a code of conduct form. You have signed an undertaking. Be careful what you sign. Read what you sign. You are all mature. I know you are mature. But when you are having a training like this, especially a training that is funded by the government, they are very particular about your conduct. What I've done to that young lady is what we call sexual harassment. I am not joking. Hello, I am not joking. So, where is the TVET? The TVET is like the sanction of the bill. For sexually harassing that lady. So please apologize to her. Thank you for that. On the other side, please note that sexual harassment is not done by male to female alone. What did we go there to do? Another one. They have done another sexual harassment. Very careful. It does not matter. We are among. We are here for training. Do you know that it's not only females that can, males that can harass me? It's not only males that can harass females.
Female harassment.
Females can also harass males. And you'll be need to anyone guilty of sexual harassment. You want me to give an example? I will give you an example. Remind me. I will say it now. Think I'm afraid. I will say it. So thank you so much for that short role play. So when you are transporting your agricultural produce, when you are planted and you are trying to transport and market, transportation ṣe kókó. Ìdí gbogbo story dance on here. You must choose the right means of transportation, appropriate one, and then for cereals, which is the focus of this my own discussion. To bá ṣe pé bí ta fẹ́ lọ short distance ni, maybe nearby market, èèyàn lè lo basket, wọ́n máa ń forí ìrù gbà mí, ẹni tó bá ní kẹ̀kẹ́ máa ń lò, is allowed. If the distance is far, say between 5 to 20 kilometers, you could decide to use tractors or tipper. Èèyàn lè lo truck nígbà mí. I mentioned èèyàn lè lo lorry, èèyàn lè lo rail. Tó bá yẹ pé riverine area ni, maybe like the Niger Delta, you can decide to use boats. So, your mode of transportation, tó bá ṣe pé road ni, for example, advantage of road is that it is flexible and the coverage is very wide. Return or depot, you understand? Unlike bóyá riverine area tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ lo iṣẹ́ mọ̀ pé ibi tí omi ṣàn dé, not every state has river, and even in the state, not everywhere in the state has water. So in terms of coverage, the coverage of a road is wider. Ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ṣe pé nǹkan téèyàn fẹ́ gbé ó heavy, ṣe pé ordinary tó bá ṣe pé rail system wọ́n á ṣiṣẹ́ ní, jẹ́ pé train ló yẹ kó gbé. When you want to transport bulky agricultural materials over long distances, it's going to be more expensive. You are transporting by road. Do you understand? Unlike if the rail was working, you have to basic railway in train and then transport it. To buy a rail in your fellow, you know any advantage. Advantage anyway, the cost of transportation using the rail is cheaper. What they charge per kg is cheaper. So if you are transporting a huge amount of things, the cost you spend is cheaper than if you are transporting by road. Ṣùgbọ́n náà ní disadvantages ẹ̀. Ó lè jẹ́ pé lọ́tí yóò bá fẹ́ transport wọ́n lè ní train òṣìṣẹ́ dọ́yìn. Wọ́n lè ní line kan, rail kan ó yẹ̀. So you cannot transport it. So it also has some few disadvantages, even while the rail system was working. Again, for water, it's also relatively cheap. And then in terms of climate, in terms of disadvantage in terms of emission to the climate, who are climate friendly, it's not causing any pollution. Unlike our road transport, there's a lot of emissions there. Limitation water means of transporting by water is that it's also limited. I mentioned that if you so even though we may wish to transport using the water, if the water does not flow to the place we want to transport to, we can't. And it's not all water that are navigated. I won't be can navigate you. So when you are talking about transport, it's very important for you to be able to match your means of transportation to your crop, the type of crop you are transporting, distance that you are covering, and the budget you have at hand. You must put all these things into consideration to be a smart agripreneur. Because if you just feel like, you have not sat down to think about the cost implication or what this means of transportation is, you are adding to your cost. The landing cost of your produce, you must have been very lucky in cutting down production cost and everything. Or gbogbo advantage téèyàn ti cut down, you might lose a transportation if you are not smart enough in choosing a very good means of transportation. At the end of the day, the cost of landing of your particular commodity will now be high. So what you have gained in production, you have lost to transportation. So you must weigh all these things together. If I decide to transport like this, will I be saving cost? If I want to transport this way, will I be saving cost? If I decide to transport to this distance, will I make more profits than trying to transport to a very far distance? If you are going to transport to a nearby market, and those ones want to transport to Lagos or wherever, maybe it will pay you better to just transport to your immediate local market. If they now want to take the bulk, you would have covered your own profit. You understand? All that you made during the production, you will not lose to transportation. We have to watch out and Chumo market in my 12 years. Now you incur a lot of cost in trying to get your produce to that place. So these are very important. Yes, the lady alluded to what I was going to talk about as another aspect during your transportation. That is safe loading and handling. It's very important to understand the means of loading your produce, so that at the end of the day, you don't end up spoiling the quality of the produce you have made. You know that quality has a price. You understand? Tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ rọ̀sán nísìn, tẹ̀lé bí kan tẹ̀ rọ́sán kan tó fresh, tẹ̀lé kan tó ti lù. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, náà wọ́n á sọ fún yín pé 5 naira lélẹ̀ 5 naira lélẹ̀. Ṣé máa mú yìí tó ti lù yẹn? Bí ẹ̀ṣà ni. So tí kan bá ti ń dẹ̀ṣà price ẹ̀ tí. If you have very fine produce and you transport them in a rubbish manner, by the time they were in the market, you are going to work on none. Whereas when they left your market, they were very fresh, they were high grade. So more ring by any more ready to go with it. But because you have mishandled it during transportation, you have brought down the market value of your produce. That's why I said that your transportation, your marketing is very key, so that it won't be a wasted effort. When you load in a bad manner, you can have the grain crushed, and you don't load very well, and when you load well, you sell well. And there are some steps, just a few steps we should note when we are trying to load. We have what we call preloading checks. The vehicle that you want to load your commodity into, make sure that the vehicle is clean, is dry, is free of pests. Come on, just I'm going to hide the spirit mode if transport the agbado. One the agbado yo tire. One 2 years gets one 2 course. By the time I be there, you don't agbado will live. So you need to pre-check the vehicle that you want to transport your commodity in. Also, you need to be very careful about the packaging. You want to pack them in 50 kg bags, or in 100 kg bags, or in smaller bags. You need to be very careful. If you are the one that will package it yourself. You see, all these things I'm talking about, a farmer can decide that we want to transport the young. You understand? We want packaging. And it could be a joint work. Can you co-produce it? Can you pack it? Can you transport it? So whichever aspect of the value chain activity you are handling, make sure you take note of these things. Whether they go by transporting, there is nothing wrong in checking the vehicle of ẹjọ́ fẹ́ dúnàdúrà ni ó ní market tó fẹ́ deliver fẹ́yàn kan ó kàn déédéé pọ̀ ọlọ́kọ̀ ó wá ń sọ pé kí ni wá jẹ́ kó yẹ ni pé àwọn customer mi nǹkan tó ń fẹ́ lélẹ̀ wọ́n náà dẹ̀ máa gbowó iṣẹ́ ẹ ni so mo lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ láti wò wípé ṣé condition tí mo fẹ́ gbé ọjà ẹ fún ẹ ló máa arrive síbẹ̀. So there is nothing wrong in you if you are not the one that will transport it, making sure that these things are there. Because ọlọ́kọ̀ ò ní sọ fún ẹ wípé bóyá gáràjì kan ló mọ́tò yẹn sùn táwọn èkúté ti hide káàkiri kò ní sọ fún ẹ akọ̀dédé ṣe gbùrùgbùrù ló yẹ lóde wọ́n ló máa yára ẹ̀ ń sẹ́ǹsì torí wọ́n ló mọ investment tó ti fi sí o dẹ̀ ti sign contract pẹ̀lú àwọn èèyàn pé grade tó fẹ́ fún wọn lélẹ̀ tó yẹ pé transporter yẹn ò mọ̀ bẹ́ ṣe bó ṣe kò mọ iye owó tó ti invest síbẹ̀ so èèyàn kò wá ní pọ̀ sáàdì sínú gàrí ẹ̀ o. That's why it's important to know these things. Yes, and the loading technique is this. You stack bags on pallets or wooden boards for ventilation. Àwọn sì bó ṣe ráìsì la fẹ́ gbé àbágbàdo àbí nǹkan ní. Ẹ má jẹ́ kán kó sínú mọ́tò bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn nílẹ̀ mọ́tò. Ẹ jẹ́ kán fi wooden plank síbẹ̀. Ẹ máa wọn pákó tán máa fi ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀dì ní ìsìn bí container pallets. Let the vehicle let the pallets there. Tó bá ṣe pé àwọn tó fẹ́ bá yín transport ẹ ò ní. It's part of your investment. Put it in your production cost. Ra pallet. Ìjọba fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ máa ṣiṣẹ́ o. Plastic kan. Ẹ tò pallet sínú mọ́tò yìí. Máa gba nǹkan mi padà. Tó bá ṣe pé that particular transporter ò ní. Because wọ́n ló mọ nǹkan tó ń protect. Once you are able to carve a niche for yourself, tó bá ṣe pé gàrí tó ń bọ̀ láti ọ̀dọ̀ Mrs. Bukola Ẹ̀fọ́kànbalẹ̀ a mọ̀ wípé wọ́n máa maintain quality tó bá yẹ pé maize ibi ló ti ń bọ̀ and you don't start this in a day, it's what you do over time. Once people recognize the fact that you keep to quality, they will keep patronizing you. In fact, àwọn ọmọ náà máa prompt ẹ láti produce pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa ṣe kí ní àwọn èèyàn béèrè so káwọn èèyàn tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní béèrè you must also put some effort in it. So arrange your cereal or your commodity in a cross-tie pattern to distribute weight evenly. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká choke wọn up, ẹ fi àyè atẹ́gùn sílẹ̀. Ẹ mọ̀ pé these things are also wọ́n mí o àbí wọn má mí. Tẹ bá fẹ́ mọ̀ bóyá wọ́n mí àbí wọn ò mí. Tẹ bá fi àgbàdo síbì kan ẹ bomi kómi díẹ̀ lẹ́rọ àfẹsẹ̀. Kí ló máa ṣe? A máa yọ. So it's important to take this. I'm just being reminded that I should run out of time. So it's very important for us to know these tips. We leave rest spaces and we cover it. Got to ṣẹlẹ̀ Saisha. Kó má ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa. You are transporting things over a long distance. Ẹ fi tapoli ìbò. Ẹ má sọ kójò ò ní rọ̀. Ẹ má sọ kójò ò ní rọ̀ tójò bá rọ̀ ńkọ́. And we should also mind the weight limit. Don't overstack. If a particular truck cannot take more than 50 bags, ẹ já fún gbogbo ẹ̀ mọ́ra wọn. Ó sì lè gba bí mẹ́wàá sí náà. They are causing damage. So let's not overstack. So in your loading technique, I will use this word. When you are bagging, bag rightly. Bag it right. When you are stacking, stack smartly. Stack smartly. Leave air gaps between rows so that atẹ́gùn á lè fẹ́. Check the vehicle very well. Know the weight limits. Don't overload. Cover. These are very important. At this point, I will stop the class. I understand it's time for break. I don't want to exceed the break time. So, I've taken us through 3 modules. The importance of marketing. Why transport and marketing is very important. They need to choose the right transport means, and then the importance of having safe loading and handling during transportation. Because at the end of the day, everything boils down to Naira and Kobo. Everything boils down to what? Naira and Kobo. So, at this point, I want to say thank you very much for tolerating me. Thank you so much for being active class members. I don't know whether we will come back or not. It is by 2 o'clock. I finished my module for today. Or you want me to take you through the other modules? I should finish your module today. The 6 modules. No, I'm not going to answer to you. I'm answering to the coordinator. Please let me call Mr. Gabriel. Please let me call Mr. Gabriel. I was saying that the females also can harass the men. Bola obìnrin náà lè cause sexual harassment. Ta ló jalè mọ́? So, ẹ̀yin obìnrin náà, don't harass any men. Ẹ mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe lè harass ọkùnrin ẹ̀ mọ̀. Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀? Ṣé kí n sọ? Ẹ mọ̀? Ẹ mọ̀? Ó dẹ̀ wọ́n mọ̀ àbí? Ókè ẹ mọ̀ àbí? Àwọn ọkùnrin náà máa sọ fún wa. Let a man come and tell us how you feel a woman can harass you sexually. Oh yeah. Wọ́n á sọ fún mi. By locking you up. That's a very good one. Very good. Yes. Unlock your ọkùnrin up. Òun fi ṣọ́dà òfin attract ọkùnrin. Mind you, I'm not talking about dressing here. Hello? I'm not talking about dressing here. Even though dressing sometimes will be part of it. But I'm not specific about dressing here. It's your interaction. A woman can also harass a man. Ọkùnrin, faragún ọkùnrin, òun fi àyàgún ọkùnrin, òun fi ìgbà. Olóhùn bá ṣeré. Ṣé irin lára ẹ ní? Thank you, good afternoon.
Level 1 of it, and by the grace of God, we want to end up anything related to it today, clean up by doing our review, interactions, tests. I hope I'm talking. Hello? Hi. So, this is the second or third week after we have started level 2. And the level 2, we started by telling ourselves everything concerning our site selection that we have learned in lesson 1. But specifically, everything we're talking in level 2, we are relating it to crop mandate. And the crop mandate here is cereal. And cereals, we have told you the typical crops that are being classified as cereal. Who can tell me 1 or 2 crop cereal? Beans is not cereals, legume. Or do we, let's raise up our hands so that we can be formal. Maize. Does he get it? Maize. If you agree, say yeah. Rice, does she get it? Millet, yes. Somebody's talking there. Sorghum, yes. Yeah, you said? Guinea corn, yes, yes. And guinea corn is the same thing as sorghum. But they are majorly carbohydrate food. They are majorly carbohydrate food. So what we are saying in essence is that at any point in time, when you have gotten or secured your site, if by virtue of this trading, your crops that will be put into that site must have what you call cereal in the combination. Somebody was asking me yesterday or day before yesterday when we were talking of crop composition, intercropping methods. How do we make more money if we concentrate on one particular crop? And I said, no, nobody will tell you to do only monocropping, no. What we always say is that do your rotation or shifting or whatever farming system methodology you want to use in along the line of likely objective, which is, what is our likely objective? Kini did have in that form to make money, to make ourselves happy. Thank you very much. I like that language. You want to feed well, you want to relate well, you want to have something in your pocket. I remember one of our former ministers for agriculture was saying that yesterday or then that an average farmer must have a telephone, handy telephone, all our set like this. And he made effort to make sure that we were able to make farmers, enlightened, and they were able to see money in their hand. And I told you a story of somebody who gave us a seminar where they took POS machine to farmers at the on-farm gates in Nasarawa, where they have gone to buy rice, even at the farm gates. And instead of they carrying money to come and give the farmer, they came with their machine and they were paying directly to those people's account. So that prevented them from the likelihood of robbers. Insecurity is all over the place. So the likelihood of attempt to rob them was a little bit minimal. Then we went into another area of study, surveying. You remember? And the day before yesterday, we were in the survey station. Am I talking? Yes. And we were able to see, even though we have been taught that in the classroom, we were able to see some items of their tools. Did we see them? Yeah? Yes, sir. How many of us agree that we saw some items of survey equipment? Yeah. Mention the one we saw. Do we agree? Do we all agree that we saw those things mentioned? Yeah? Good. We talk about ranging boats, theodolites, meter rolls, GPC, interlink chain, and they told us what they are used for and how they use them. Abi? All that is, we have taught, we have learnt them in the class and we are able to see them done. Then we look at the effect of different soil types on crop yield. And when we are talking about crop yield in this phenomenon, what are we talking about? We are talking about the effect of, we spoke about the effect of type of soil on crop yield, Abi? Abi? And I said, even at this class that we are in now, or this level where we are now, if you are talking of crop, in what crop are we talking about now? Cereals crop, you see, these are the things, I want us to be, let us flow along together so that we'll be able to know that at least, you said, oh somebody, okay, sir. And then we've been in class, but you not in our class where we talked formally about them. Theodolite. Theodolite is a small machine, it looks like this handy camera that we carry now. We have done before that, so this is my okay, maybe when you resume in January. I remember I asked of you yesterday, and they said this one of your guys who was not around. So, like I was saying, it's a good question he has asked. You want to see the functional theodolite and be able to see how it looks like. We have spoken about the type of soil and the effect of each of those soils in the crop mandate we are talking about. What effect? We know how can it? Okay, let me ask you. Let's see as types of soils. Majorly we have the loam, the sand, and the clay. And they have what again? They have their characteristics. I mean, how they are. Loam is very rich in organic matter. Then sandy is very loose and fragile. I think you understand. It percolates fast because the water gets to it. Then when you are looking at clay, it's very murky. It breaks. I mean, are we talking? So those are the characteristics. Then we look at the chemical properties of soil. I mean, soil type. Chemical properties of soil. We told you, or we told ourselves, that each of these type of soil, the clay, the loam, has some chemical bonding that associate them together. They do cohesively. We look at sand because of the fact that it's loose and granular. It has some combination of silicates, calcium silicates. And we look at also the clay too. And we look at some all other things that are there. And we now look at the pH that each of these soil we are talking about. A little bit Satma. pH bí ilẹ̀ yẹn ṣe ní agbára tó ó dẹ̀ ṣe ní acid àti alkaline. Thank you very much. Ṣé mo ok mo fẹ́ wo gbọ́mọ ta ló mọ alum? Ó dà ta ló ti fi omi bá ti sẹ́nu rí? Á jóyàn lẹ́nu àbí? Ok, ó máa ń pe kíní kan ní alùpù. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Ló ń fún ẹyí àbí? Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ní kíkọ́ ilé Yorùbá ò ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ kí padà sílé o. Ṣé gba àbá àbí ẹ̀tọ́ ṣàlù alùpù yẹn wá yọ kí wọ́n má gbé mi TCP. Àbí? Wọ́n á jẹ́ má gbé mi, ó wà lára kí ni ẹ má gbé mi. So ṣe gbé á jóyàn pápápá bí àwọn nǹkan tá à ń sọ ẹ náà ṣe rí nínú ilẹ̀ náà nìyẹn. Bẹ̀tí tó bá máa fún ilẹ̀ ní àlàáfíà á ní pH tó balance between 6.0 to 7.5. So gbogbo àwọn nǹkan báyẹn náà ni ilẹ̀ wa ń lò wá tí àwọn àlùmọ́ọ́nì àwọn nǹkan tá à ń gbìn tí ó fi dáa. A wá lọ sí weather pattern, ecological factors or parameters to consider for production of cereals crop. Tá bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ecology, àwọn nǹkan tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú àyíká àti agbègbè wa nìyẹn. Mo dẹ̀ máa ń sọ fún yín, mo ní à ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ecosystem àbí in the colony láàrin àwùjọ náà pè ní colony bí bá ṣe wà báyìí. This is a colony of farmers, àwùjọ àwọn àgbẹ̀ lọ́kùnrin àbí lóbìnrin ṣàgbà bẹ́ẹ̀. A wá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ecosystem, ọ̀nà tí à ń gbà nínú àwùjọ yẹn tá a fi ń bára ẹni gbé, tá a dẹ̀ ní àlàáfíà, tá a dẹ̀ ní ìdàgbàsókè, tá à ń jẹun, tá à ń mu, tá à ń yọkùn, tá à ń yọ̀dí, tá à ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. Àbí ojú wa ń lọ, à ń fi ara níra, both living and non-living organisms. As we are seated here, what are the living organisms or non-living organisms we are sitting with in this ecosystem? The fan. Abi, do you all agree? What you said? Jẹ́ pé nígbà táwọn òjòkó yẹn gbà wá láyé ká jókòó lọ́kàn wá balẹ̀ là ń gbọ́rọ̀ ara wa àbí that is interaction of the ecosystem. Ooru fẹ́ mú wa jù wọ́n bá wa gbé fáànù sí wọ́n fún wa níná àbí so àwùjọ ni à ń pè ní ecosystem or ecology àwùjọ àwọn ohun ọ̀gbìn botanical family in an ecosystem as you are seeing the botanical hub herbs, so you are seeing living things, human, pests, termites, whatever, ants of any sort. Every one of them is doing one thing or the other in the soil. So that is why we have ecology or ecosystem. So all these things you now see. Our relationship with each of these factors of the ecology in our production, series production. Nígbà tá wà níta níjẹta, àbí people are not at dúró tó wà interesting. Badi? Ẹni ta la wà gbogbo èrè tá a níjọ́ yẹn ìta náà ni. Kẹ̀wá ṣe ń débi kan. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ adébí fàdámà níbi tí wọ́n ti ń clear ilẹ̀ wọ́n ti ń palẹ̀ mọ́ mo ṣọ́ pé bàtà bá máa fi dé January ẹgbẹ̀yẹ ara bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà la máa lò la máa fi gbin bíbí àgbàdo àgbìn àgbàdo sí pẹ̀lúfẹ̀rí ẹ̀ adẹ́ gbin àwọn ewébẹ̀ náà a wá lọ sí meteorological station ṣáàgbà àbá àdébẹ̀ àwọn nǹkan wo la rí if you are sure of yourself, tẹ́ bá lè gbọ́ ara yín báyẹn náwó sókè ká máa bèrè lọ́wọ́. Stand up and talk loud. Ẹ sọ Yorùbá ẹ̀ lọ. Ẹ gbé máìkì sí wọn lẹ́nu. Ó yá wọ́n ní ká gbé máìkì sẹ́yìn. Hello? Ó yá kàkà afẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ̀sí wa o. Water dish, evaporation dish, àbí? Thermometer, soil thermometer, ranging ní ẹ̀kọ́ kíní là ń sọ wind blade, yes, meteorological station, receiving screen now, bí box yẹn tó ní perforated louvers, àbí? Receiving screen, ibẹ̀ ní àwọn parí àwọn tube máa ń wà fún àwọn aṣọ nípa mẹ́ta wọ́n ṣe bó ṣe wà yẹn that environment is captured for purpose wọ́n ní àwọn cat wọ́n yẹn nínú tó bá ti dé tó bá ti rí máa record padà padà síbẹ̀ they are arranged there. So all these things are the factors and I told you that that place is being wired abi kó má sí what do you call it interference especially human interference. Somebody, because I said somebody should not lie on it, now somebody now asked question that is it an electrocuted material? I said no. If everybody is allowed to lay our body on the net or in the wire gauze, it will weigh down the entire load and that our weight will have effect on the soil measure and all other things, even the other atmospheric measurement that we want to take. What will be breathing? Abi? We will be breathing. Our weight is not more than the soil. So all those things are the things we are looking at. So we talk about global warming and global warming. Do you believe that? We said it is an average experience of the temperature range over a period of time in an atmosphere. Is that average temperature range over a period of time in an atmospheric environment. You see, my definition may not be as static as the one I gave you in the class lecture. But what is important for us to know is that what are we talking about when we say global warming? that the environment is coming to excessive in temperature. You remember when we started day before yesterday, we were at the early maybe around, we left here 9:30. As we were progressing, moving into the farm, the temperature keep on increasing, and some of us were sweating. Abi, by the time we got to the entire upper part of the floriculture or the mango place, the thing becomes so. Some of our people are even sitting. Abi, it's a sign of the fact that the ecology is having certain effect on them. Abi, I'm not worried. I see it all by that inside. So, all said and done, we have seen, then all these things we are talking about have an hindrances in our crop yield. When the environment is too warm or too cold, there will be suppression in the growth and development of our crop. Abi, if it is too cold, most of our crop will not develop fast. And if it's too hot, some of them will be scorched off from the soil or the bed where they are. And that is why we need a balanced environment ecologically. Do we agree on that? It's just a summary of what we have learned in the past. Hello, sir. Please let me mount the test, sir. Mount the test. Put on the test. Let us. So, you say what? Start up and say something. Talk to us now.
Sir, what you want to try to say? Your text and she.
Let him talk now.
Believe me, you man me, but he must be able to find it. Be able to take the tractor out of pass.
Ọtí tẹ̀sí máa jẹ́ fún wa. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n finish bẹ̀rẹ̀ kan. Nígbà tá a bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní ìwé, wọ́n ní kg 1, kg 2, kg 3. Báyọ̀ wọ́n ti kọ́ wa lóṣù mẹ́ta. Bí a tó bọ́ sí kg 2, wọ́n á fún yín láwọn ìbéèrè kan. Ẹni tó bá pass ló máa lọ, ẹni tó bá pass. Ọlọ́run ló ń jẹ́ kó lọ. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí n ṣá, ẹ má dájọ́ ẹlẹ́ẹ̀dẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́. I know your fear, but I told you the other day. I said that you are in this group. It's a bridge crossed. Abi, that you are being selected. I wouldn't know the criteria upon which you are being put here, but I want to believe that it's going to be a stage after the other. Am I worried? The government that has called you together, we have to do something for us, and it's going to be very good. Hello, sir. Are you sleeping, sir? We are in a class, man. Are you adapting to the environment that you are sleeping inside the AC? Is adapting to the environment. So the environment is conducive for him to adaptation to future. Thank you very much. At least you get out. He is also adapting now again. Somebody here. Are you on our exam, man? The auntie that is pinching. Are you on our exam? The quiz is on, no? About 10 of them. Are you among us, auntie? Who is adapting? If you don't understand any question, call my attention to it and we'll explain it. The way you may want to do it. If you write your question and followed by answer, but let us know why you are, what number are you answering, and what question are you relating to. Kò sí tẹ̀lé mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ò bá yẹ you can ask to explain for abéèrè wọ́n béèrè pé kí ni what is adaptation kí la pè ní adaptation ní Yorùbá àdàmọ́kọ́ ní adaptation
afẹ́ bá ìgbà mu irọ́ àti bá àkókò mu nìyẹn bí bá nǹkan mu ni adaptation ṣe pé mo sọ ọ́ sí pé bàtà dé bíbáyìí tutù ọ̀gá yìí wá ń sùn ó ti di pé ilé ìwé àti bá tó bá ìgbà ó kàn máa sùn lọ ọwà yìí àbí it's enjoying so adaptation kí là ń pè ní adaptation can be as a result of developing crop resistant variety ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ pé ó dá o afẹ́ bá ìgbà mu afẹ́ wo ṣé a lè bá ìgbà mu nípa ṣe ìwádìí lórí ọ̀gbìn tó lè ṣeé ṣe àbí kò lè ṣeé ṣe answer kan nìyẹn yes or no number 2 nìyẹn náà number 3 wọ́n ní kí là ń pè ní GMO what is its relationship to crop development ṣe aláwọ̀ tí ò wá lé ní báyìí ó dàbí gbọ́ngbọ́ gbígbò òjò wọ́n dá gbága nù àbí lákàrọ̀ lọ́ọ̀ àṣírí ààbò orúkọ jésù wọ́n máa dá yín lò nígbọ́ tolóńtoló lágbára lọ́ọ̀ láìpẹ́ láìpẹ́ lágbára lọ́ọ̀ wọ́n tábà ti fọlọ́ọ̀ tì lágbára ọlọ́ọ̀ akílódé ẹ̀yìn onígbàgbọ́ ni àbẹ̀ṣẹ́dúró ilẹ̀ tó wá ń sọ ọ̀fọ́ tẹ̀ sọ ẹ̀ sá acceleration to gravity ẹ mọ̀ ọmọdé ń pè ní ṣé radical ní kàtúbà so èwo ni òtún yé wa bẹ̀ tí agbègbè bá gbóná global warming wọ́n ní kí là ń pè ní agbègbè gbóná àbí àyíká gbóná àbí mention 4 crops in cereals family àwọn ọdún ohun ọ̀gbìn wo ló wà ní àwọn tí à ń pè ní àbí ẹ wá ń sọ pé kí ni à ń sọ sí ok wọ́n ní tí àyíká bá gbóná kí ló máa ń ṣe àbí ipa wo ló ní nínú àwọn nǹkan tí à ń gbìn what implication does they have on our crop development? Number 7 sọ pé ká dárúkọ àwọn nǹkan bíi mẹ́ta tó máa ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ilẹ̀ tí ó lè gba nǹkan ọ̀gbìn dúró fún àkókò. Mention 3 factors that affect soil quality for sustainable cereals in crop production. Àwọn ilẹ̀ tó lè jẹ́ kí nǹkan ọ̀gbìn wá dúró dáadáa ọ̀gbìn mẹ́ta. Fertility. Number 3, I said what is GMO? Then what is its relationship to crop development? I wouldn't know the way you to answer it. Or you can say 3A, 3B. But let us know where you are. Is it relation to crop development to answer me? Or you are telling us GMO? People are there at the number 8. Number 8, only clay soil is rich in this, loam soil is rich in this. Abi? 8C, no, also wrong way. Sandy soil is rich in this. Go ahead. Hold up. A máa submit báyìí àmúlọlé o. Ẹ fẹ́ lọ ṣe kí ló máa ń pè é lọ́la yìí. Home assignment. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. O ṣú ọ̀pọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀yí wa ní bros mi. Ẹ má wọrí o máa dáa. Ẹ máa gbọ́ tólótóló. Ẹ má wọrí. Ẹ máa gbọ́ tólótóló. Sá? Kò sí kan tí ò lè ṣẹlẹ̀. Ó ti ní ká fi gbàgbọ́ pé ẹ fọkàn balẹ̀. Màá fún àwọn ọ̀gá mi. Màá sọ, màá bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe rán mi náà máa ṣiṣẹ́. I will deliver your message. Ọ̀pọ̀ ọmọọṣẹ́ lè bí náà. Anybody tí ò bá yé inú lè ṣàlàyé ọ̀ lọ́dún mi. Any question tí ò bá yé, gbogbo ẹ̀ náà láti mẹ́nu bà. àyíká tó gbóná tó lọ wọ́ọ́rọ́ agbègbè bí àyíká tó lọ wọ́ọ́rọ́ ipa wo ló máa ń kó nípa lórí àwọn nǹkan ọ̀gbìn wa. Iṣẹ́ o, a nílè púpọ̀ ń bẹ̀ lágbára lọ. Gbogbo àdùn fún wa san wá o. Ṣé àdúrà mi yẹn ó wá ṣe? Yes, we want to be beginners. I've not read anything in relation to academics besides agriculture. By the gift of God today, amen. Aṣàlàyé fún ìgbésẹ̀ kan tó lè ṣe ọ̀nà àjọ́sọ̀ ẹ̀fẹ́sọ̀. Báyìí ká súnmọ́ ra wa pẹ́kípẹ́kí. Ọlọ́wọ́ kọ àwọn ìgbàlódé. My bros, how are you doing? I'm seeing you for the first time. Ẹ̀rọ ìdáyìmọ̀ ọ̀gbọ́n pẹ̀lú àti ìmọ̀ nínú àrùn. Iṣẹ́ bá wọn ìjókòó àti ask because of my explaining to you, get a clue what you did last in life. Or you say expatiate, yes, that's àgbẹ̀rò kó bọ́dún dé. Bakinade, what is global warming? Àyíká tó lọ́wọ́rọ́. Ní à ń pè ní àyíká tó lọ́wọ́rọ́. Let me stop at that. Explain to you. Be the first one. Wow. It is the phone. It's not really anything pure academics. So just give an idea of what you know about what we're talking about. Want to ask a question?
Shadi. Bàbá Jíyàn gbé ẹni ẹ̀.
Wọ́n ní kámẹ́rà ní mẹ́wàá wàá gbé sí ìwọ̀n gbé.
Kámẹ́rà pọ̀ sí o.
Wọ́n ní kámẹ́rà wà níbà yóò. Àbí? Thank you for getting it done well. We are appreciating you. Number 8, number 9, and number 10. Number 3. Àkókò bá ti lọ. Adaptation can be as a result of developing a crop-resistant variety, yes or no?
Number 3, what is GMO and what is its relationship to crop development? Number 6, Abi, what is the implication of global warming on crop development? Number 9, mention 4 landmarks to indicate your site after selection. Mo ti sọ pé nígbà ẹni mo fẹ́ máa dáko àwọn ọ̀kan àmì ìmẹ́rin tá a lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tàbí tí mo lè fojú sùn níbẹ̀ láti sọ pé ilẹ̀ tí mo mú rèé o lọ́pọ̀ ìlú máa ń máa tó. Ẹ̀rọ tí bá sọ láìjẹ́ tábàlà nílẹ̀. Àbí ohun àmì láti fi ilẹ̀ tí mo mú mo fẹ́ máa fi dáko hàn. Bóyá mo bá mi bẹ̀ ni o, bóyá mo bá igi bẹ̀ ni o, bóyá mo bá kúta bẹ̀ ni o, bóyá mo bá bacon bẹ̀ ni o, bóyá mo bá ìbá sọ mọ́. Give your comment as far as site selection is concerned. That is the summary of what you are here. Selection landmark àwọn àmì tí mo lè fi mọ̀ wípé èmi ní àlá ilẹ̀ oko yìí. Nígbà tí mo ra lẹ̀ sí ẹ̀sàrè 10, ọ̀rẹ́ mi náà rà sí àwọn ẹgbẹ́ alájẹsẹ́kù àti láti àròkọ tọ́dún nígbà. Nígbà táwa ra lẹ̀ yẹn tán, àwa láti wo àwọn ọ̀kan tá a máa ṣe pé láti dodo ẹni máa ṣàtúnṣe ọ̀nà ọjọ́ yìí fún mi. Màmá bá àkọ́ báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀, mo náà pè ní láti ní àwọn ọ̀kan àmì àpẹẹrẹ láti fi sọ wípé ilẹ̀ tí mo rà mo fẹ́ máa fi dáko ẹ̀gẹ́ àti àgbàdo rèé àbí tí mo fẹ́ máa fi gbin ọkà bàbà. Àwọn akọ̀pẹ́kẹ́ yìí náà tẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa pé mo lọ bá àlà. Àbẹ́mọ̀ fẹ́ àlà náà gbé sáìtì. Mo lọ mọ́kò. Ọ̀sán àkọ́kọ́ nípa pé mo lọ mọ́kò. Àbí mo fẹ́ mọ́kò. Àwọn èèyàn. Ẹ̀yẹ́ máa parí ẹ̀ number 8 tàbí body clay soil is rich in papapapa loamy soil is rich in papapa sandy soil is rich in papapa. Ó ti sọ nígbà iná I talk about soil porosity. I talk about organic manure. Go ahead. Nutrient availability. Where is it more? Is it in sandy? Is it in... Where can we see population? Is it in low? High population. Number if you don't play soil, what does it contain that can be used for plants? If you don't know the soil, what can it contain that can be used to the plant? If you know sandy soil, what does it look like? Or what capability does it have for plant to grow in it? Either chemical picture or physical picture. And the component. You can tell me in terms of volume, you can tell me in terms of how loose they are, how bumpy. Where is the mock soil? The soil that is a bit heavy contains more organic matter. And which of them are bumpy? I think you understand the 3 types of soil. Which one of them is soft? Show me a better one. Yes, sir. We have about 10 minutes
orator, I still want to ask questions from, because we are all going to answer the question together. I want us to be subjective so that whatever we all agree here as an answer is going to be what we are going to mark for everyone of us. Make sure that you put your name and you put your group. My name is Atomatele in Group A, or Group C, or Group B, or Group D. So that we don't go and miss up your answer screen. I don't know how many people bears my name. Who can be my name say? You said? You are? What's the name, man? You said? Thank you very much. We are limited and that place speaks for itself. Abi? How can you say it speaks for itself? Eh? The name speaks for itself. How can you define the name? You tell me that it speaks for itself. Atomatele speaks for itself now. We have been kings before becoming kings. Abi? Adia. Go.
Ekare,
Mommy, you want to say something? Mommy, ready? Tell us about last election or next election. I want to go and select or side by side use. To go and select the side. I'm see about that. That's how you say, give your comment as far as side selection is concerned. What are the things you are going to be looking at? What are the things that is associated with it? Maybe the vegetation is on it, maybe water supply, water source, road network, you are really good. Marketing, infrastructural, social, infrastructural, materials, is there. Number 8. Somebody is telling us about what we know. Clay is rich in faith. You know the soil is called clay. What does it contain that we allow plants to grow in? Loam soil is rich in faith. What does it make a loam that plant can benefit from? Sandy soil, what does it take that makes plant to grow in them? You have told us, we have told ourselves the type of soil we have. 3 major types of soil. And each of these soils are very, very economically useful. Do you agree with that? What makes them to be useful? Ross, what does this one? God bless you, sir. It's an interesting thing, but the pressure is not hard. He said, yeah. I said, okay, you are okay. Group leaders, come around. The question is not even logical, it's very direct. I mean, go lost straight forward here. There you go. Lórí ọ̀fẹ́ àti mọ́fò sàrì mẹ́wàá èmi mú àwọn ẹgbẹ́ wa náà wọ́n mú àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan náà tún mú ọba tó di mẹ́rin àti márùn-ún ní àjẹsà tí mú owó yẹn nígbà tó ní ká tó wá mọ́kù ẹ̀ tán àwọn fẹ́ pààlà àwọn nǹkan wo láwùjọ fi pààlà ṣé ó dá ọtí táwà lójú oorun mi lórí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àti sọ pé ẹ bá ti dé àgbọ̀n létí o ẹ bá ti dé di power line yẹn o àti transformer yẹn o ẹ̀ tó wà lápá bíbá ẹni báyìí. Àdìbáyá àbá òye òkè bẹ̀ ni o, ẹ máa bó òkúta bẹ̀ ni o, ẹ máa bó bí bẹ̀ ni o, ẹ máa bá òkúta bẹ̀ ni o. tó bá wù yín tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ká lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá fẹ́ ilé nílẹ̀ yìí. A lè lọ fún oúnjẹ náà. Àbí? Nǹkan fún question yẹn. There is a poor performance in this test, an indication that that individual did not attend this class or did not come along with us. And that can affect the overall expectation. And that is why we are how do you listen to me? If there is a poor performance on this quiz, can give an unpalatable an individual. Group leaders, please stand up. Don't forget to write your group number. Don't forget to write your name. So that we are going to collect according to our groups. Group A, where is the leader? Please come on. Group A, I'm going to do one. Group B leader. Where is the leader of Group B? Please stand up. You are going to collect for every member of your group. Group C. Okay, sir. You are going to collect for every Group D. Who is in Group D? Is nobody in Group D? Is that nobody? Who is doing it?
Halima.
President Group D? Group B?
Number 8.
I'm not seeing the hand up.
Check the name. Check èwo ni nitrogen get it.
Do we call it quiz? I want to appreciate every one of us for giving ourselves this time around to be able to interact and be able to get deeply the understanding of the course that has to do with site selection. At least there will be no novice among us. I mean, will there be anybody who will be able to say something concerning site selection? Auntie? Are you part of us? Okay. Beside it. Okay. Another spot. Say what?
or she. There are no bonus for anybody that gets 0. Thank you very much. I'll be here, Madam. I'll be calling you. Yes, ma'am. Submit your script according to your group. Thank you very much. Always put your group number there. Oh.